We have a good 100 plus spaces right now that are like ready to be deployed. Now that it's giving coverage from other platforms, it really just sent us to the moon.
Back in 2021, we released an IGN inside story about the PlayStation Home fans refusing to let it die, where we took a look at a few different homemade recreations of the short-lived but much-loved social space for PlayStation 3. During this documentary, we met Nagato, a content developer working on Destination Home, a non-profit project attempting to revive PlayStation Home and restore the social hub for future generations to experience. The restoration of PlayStation Home was extremely ambitious. After the original social space was closed, not only was the service lost, but so was its data. Home wasn't on a disc or on a cartridge, and you couldn't play it offline. It lived completely within the servers that are now gone forever. That didn't stop Nagato and the Destination Home team from dreaming big though.
Even when it closed, I was trying to conceive like, yo, there's got to be somebody out there with the same interest. Like, Home was such a great game. Somebody got to be smart enough to figure out how, like, you know, the client server works from the actual console to like the server itself. So a few years later, voila, here I am.
At the time of our documentary, the team, after cobbling together their cached data, had built a working version of Home, but it was a purely single-player experience, serving more like a walking museum than a thriving social hub. In its infancy, the idea of having an active and public server, you know, the whole point of Home, was simply a pipe dream. 2 years later though, that dream has made significant progress. The Destination Home team have created a working online experience, and are several steps closer to fulfilling their thriving social hub fantasies. I reached back out to Nagato to not only talk about the development of the journey since we last spoke, but to also test out the playable version of PlayStation Home that's restored by its fans. This is an Inside Stories epilogue.
I just remember just spamming hello, and I'm like, this is insane. This is insane. Like, I just remember being in a Discord with the development team, and it's just like a resurgence of emotions that happened that really gave us even more drive, I would say.
In October 2022, Destination Home finally launched its first closed beta for its biggest supporters and contributors. What you're seeing right now is actual footage of PlayStation Home being played online with other fans, over 7 years after the servers were shut down for good. It's by no means a complete package, but it is a landmark achievement for Destination Home.
What's functional now for closed beta is our ability to have cross-region compatibility. We have found it a way where we could take like European spaces, Japanese, for example, and input it into basically just like one massive server, if that makes sense. We've enabled purchasing features in terms of not like really purchasing store content. That is still to come, but if you had like original clothes and stuff like that, we inputted that in.
To be clear on this point, Nagato uses the word purchasing as a substitute for freely acquiring items from the old purchasing system. Destination Home has always, and will always, be a non-profit project. There are no microtransactions at all.
If you had your original PSN account and you bought stuff live on Home, all of your items, as long as it's been donated to us or we archived it, your services that you purchase will basically be alive. I don't know if you can see on the screen right now, these clothes that I'm wearing, I purchased way back in like 2012.
Destination Home is religiously committed to the idea of recreating the entire experience. What you're seeing right now is their first toe dipped into the Central Plaza pond. But their plans for a full recreation, they're big.
We are currently right now for a closed beta 2, have like 13 spaces that we've hand selected from feedback from our members. Overall, we have a good 100 plus spaces right now that are like ready to be deployed.
Back in 2021, the Destination Home team's data pool was limited. Collectively, they combed through all of their PS3s for all the stored data that they could find, soliciting whatever local or cache files any Home fans had left on their dusty PS3s, with the goal of being able to reverse engineer and restore the code.
At that time, we were on 1.00 client or 1.0. We basically went through many iterations to get the last client working, both on PlayStation 3 and RPCS 3 emulators. During that time as well, we successfully obtained about like 300 plus unique caches through, various means of like data capture. So during your video and IGN, we just had an influx of people just coming in the Discord or DMing me through Twitter, Reddit, even PSN. They found my PlayStation Network, just donating data. So all of these things combined has really advanced the project to a point where now we are ready for a closed beta 2.
By Nagato's own admission, the documentary helped. More eyeballs were now on the project, and with that came more hardcore PlayStation Home fans generously offering their cache data.
After the IGN coverage, it was really a big boom. I know right now, haven't checked, I know there's at least 8,400 people in the Discord alone. Even guys like Wario64 retweets my stuff sometimes. So now that it's giving coverage from other platforms, I'm able to restore data faster because people are wanting to donate. It really just sent us to the moon.
I saw this love and support firsthand in the comments section. Overwhelming nostalgia and support for the thought long-lost social platform. However, not everyone was convinced that PlayStation Home needed to return, with plenty of the audience pointing out the existence of modern alternatives, primarily VR chat. After bringing this sentiment up with Nagato, he immediately began to make a passionate defense for PlayStation Home.
The thing what I would say what Home has is like a nostalgic factor, right? People remember Home based on like their events, like FIFA Arena, where they had the 2010 World Soccer events. They had E3 stuff. Whenever they played Home, they were like, oh man, I remember when I was in middle school and E3 came out and I won this little award. We have a sister project called PS1. People still play SOCOM. People still play MotorStorm. We have like, people in the lobby, Warhawk, just still playing those old games. So virtual worlds now are going more into the NFT, cryptocurrency kind of sphere. So for me, a lot of social worlds, when they bring that element, it kind of obfuscates and minimalizes their player base, when Home is kind of like, here, if you like Little Big Planet, we got stuff for you. If you like MotorStorm, we got stuff for you. If you like Nagato and just want to play Dance Dance Revolution all day, that's for you.
Also filled with a similar level of nostalgia, I, perhaps naively, could see Nagato's point. PlayStation Home always felt like it had a level of sincerity. It always had that feeling of a place that was built purely to bring fans of PlayStation games together. Modern metaverses can feel cynical from the outset, appearing to use your love of a franchise to manipulate you into spending more money. As I say these words, the logical part of my brain tells me that there was no doubt intent of this kind from Sony, but at least in terms of what was presented, PlayStation Home always felt a little more wholesome and cleaner than that. And a good chunk of the audience, perhaps through their rose-tinted PlayStation Home nostalgia goggles, tend to agree.
I see many people leave nice comments about, how Home changed their lives. I know people literally met up on Home, have kids now. I know people who have longtime friends on Home. Even I still talk to some longtime friends here and there. Just honestly seeing the community's respect for the project overall is something that gives me the drive to do it. I mean, you have companies like Facebook probably dropping millions of dollars, billions of dollars on certain projects to kind of emulate what Home did. It was always Sony for me. They were too far ahead for that time. Same thing like the Vita, same thing with Home. I mean, you had these really extensive, cool projects that now have a big market.
I believe the metaverse is the next chapter for the internet.
With a successful closed beta in the can and a second on the horizon, it feels like only a matter of time until PlayStation Home is once again accessible to the world. So I had to ask, can they see an end of this restoration project in sight?
I would say no. With a project like this, of course, we would want a 100% snapshot of how Home has ran. Well, I feel like there will be a time where Home has become so stable that we've hit maybe like production level, we're ready to deploy for everybody on Discord. It's been running fine for 1 or 2 years after the closed beta test. I would say yes, but overall, just kind of one of those things where the ball is always rolling, I would say.
Inevitably, with any online project, particularly one developed by fans in their spare time, there was the elephant in the room that we'd yet to discuss: safety.
For me, I do not want my project, and because I know a lot of fan projects go through that, I want everyone to have fun on Home. I don't want nobody to experience any form of bullying. That takes the fun out of gaming, and I think honestly, people game for one reason: to have fun.
Nagato reassures me that the team is working hard to make sure moderation will exist in Destination Home. But after working so hard on a restoration project, do they ever think they'd be tempted to expand the platform and maybe even develop their own content for it?
Yeah, no Last of Us minigames, no even though Gran Turismo space would be nice or anything like that. That's not their true sense of Home. If it came out, that's our motto, we put it in. If Home actually had bugs and glitches that broke the game, that stuff will fix too.
When I last met Nagato, I asked him what his ultimate goal was. What would be the moment he could pause, reflect, and be proud of what they achieved? His answer was sweet: and surprisingly modest.
Ultimate goal is to get a online client working for the PlayStation 3. Once I see another person in the lobby and I say hello and hello, we can actually say hello together. That's something our team, that's the day.
Considering they'd achieved this and beyond, it felt like it was time for a new ultimate goal.
When we actually had non-developers and regular people play our game, and we seen them take all screenshots and post it on Twitter or in the Discord, or literally seeing that resurgence of happiness, that's when I would say it'll be the day. Had it on a small scale. We had like maybe 10 people to a lobby, but really seeing a ton of players. Like you go to Sodium, there's like 24 players in this. Konami, Dance Dance Revolution, and you see me and I'm trying to beat everybody in the game. You know, seeing people with their original clothing items, to have people, you know, enjoy that's the day.
If you'd like to get involved with Destination Home, be sure to join the Discord server. And if you like this video, please check out our other inside stories about gaming communities, including the weird and wonderful fans still playing Fallout 76, and the Final Fantasy VII fans that are desperate to resurrect Aerith.
If you're old, like me by internet standards, which is now our accepted shared reality, you might remember the days of having to beg your parents for a Super Nintendo even though you already had a mostly functioning NES in the living room. It was a lot of folks' first experience grappling with the idea of a console generation, and the ensuing confusion ruined many a birthday. To this day, my parents still refer to all consoles as a Nintendo. It's a living nightmare. But back then, your main quest was made that much harder when you tried to explain to them that, no, the Super Nintendo did not play regular Nintendo games, and PC emulators had indeed not yet been conceived of. You might also remember, just a couple of console generations later, the PlayStation 2 was announced with the promise that it would have an astounding new feature known as backwards compatibility, which we assumed was some kind of laser. Then it happened again the following generation, when Sony revealed that their then upcoming PlayStation 3 would accept some PlayStation 1 and 2 discs. More on that later. So try to comprehend or recall, if you've harbored it yourself, the unique mix of rage and disappointment many gamers felt when the current gen PlayStation 4 shipped with no backward compatibility at all. What happened, Sony? You were once the king of console gaming backwards compatibility. And now, with the PS5 launch just over the horizon, Sony's messaging on backwards compatibility has been confusing up until recently, when they finally confirmed their plans for older generation games. Let's go definition fishing. It's time for a look back at Sony's long, complicated history with backward compatibility. Back in 2000, if you owned a PS1, upgrading to the PS2 was a no-brainer. Better graphics, better sound, it could even play the smash hit of the summer, Eminem's Stan, so your parents would know what the score was. It not only ran your PS1 discs, it actually made them look a smidge better thanks to the PS2's superior anti-aliasing capabilities. That was possible because the PS2's hardware shared a lot of similarities with the PS1. There are two ways for newer hardware to play software meant for older hardware: software emulation and hardware emulation, or some combination of the two. So I guess that technically makes three ways. This system wasn't without its flaws, however. Metal Gear Solid suffered from compatibility issues, and if you wanted to play Tomba, a game about a pink-haired caveman boy killing pigs to get a bracelet back, you had to let the entire intro sequence play out every time you started the game, or else it would crash, like some Hideo Kojima fever dream. But it was possible, and better still, you could plug your PS1 controllers and memory cards into the PS2, and they'd just work. The PlayStation 2 represented the first console that upgraded your setup instead of simply resetting it. In that sense, Sony was years ahead of the curve, especially compared to their biggest competitor at the time, Nintendo. Most consoles released by Nintendo were their own closed ecosystem, rendering previous game cartridges and discs and even input methods obsolete with new generations. With some exceptions, like their handhelds and the Wii, which could run those tiny little GameCube discs and had extra ports for GameCube controllers. The PlayStation 3, however, is where things get a little dicey with respect to Sony's backwards compatibility. The PS3 had a rocky debut and a steep price tag, but did feature backward compatibility with some PS2 games at launch. Although, and this is where things get confusing, only first-run PS3 or fat consoles were even capable of that. If you owned the 20 or 60GB model, you had limited backwards compatibility with PS2 games. If you owned the 80GB model with the model number CECHE01, you also had limited backwards compatibility. But if you owned the 40 or 80GB with model number CECHK01, you were completely out of luck. Why exactly? You pay me. Later, when Sony began releasing new models of the PS3, or the beefed up numbers with 120GB hard drives, they took out PS2 backwards compatibility entirely. The only way you could play the PS2 version of, let's say, Shadow of the Colossus, or PS1 cult favorite Vagrant Story, was to buy the game on PlayStation Store and download it. So seriously, what changed with the PS3? First of all, Sony got rid of some PS2 specific hardware, specifically the Emotion Engine, the CPU that powered the PS2. It was included in some of those early PS3 models, but then removed, probably to help bring the price point down and allow for more compact designs. The PS3 itself also contained exclusive hardware that proved limiting when it came to backwards compatibility. According to Frank Cifaldi, director of the Video Game History Foundation, the PS3 development kit was, quote, the coolest system ever. He explained that it could play PS1, 2, or 3 games from any region, either retail or a burned copy. But it was the system's unique cell processor that was causing headaches. The processor's architecture was not standard, which meant third-party ports often ran worse on the PS3 than its main competitor. Sony then began replacing hardware-based backwards compatibility on the PS3 with software emulation, so you could play PS1 or 2 games provided they were downloaded from the PlayStation Store, which also meant you had to buy them, an annoyance for those who already owned physical copies. Finally, we come to the PlayStation 4, Sony's most powerful console to date, for at least a couple more months. But with all that power under the hood, it can't even load PS3 discs. And the problem is that damn cell processor from the PS3. Apparently, Cell was such a headache to develop for, Sony decided to abandon it entirely for the PlayStation 4. This meant developers couldn't even make digital versions available to download from the PlayStation Store, since the underlying software was incompatible. Currently, the only way to play PS3 games on PlayStation 4 is through PlayStation Now, Sony's subscription digital games platform similar to Microsoft's Game Pass or Electronic Arts' EA Access. But even with PS Now, players are limited to a small rotating library of selected games. Before we get to Sony's PlayStation 5 compatibility plans, let's take a look at what Microsoft and Nintendo have to say when it comes to backward compatibility. As I mentioned, Nintendo's first few home consoles had no backward compatibility at all. It wasn't until the Wii let you play GameCube games that things started to change. The Mario Party didn't last long, however. Although the Wii successor, the Wii U, was backwards compatible with the Wii, the Nintendo Switch uses proprietary Switch cartridges, rendering it incapable of doing anything with prior Nintendo discs or carts besides ruin them if you try to cram them into the Switch's tiny cartridge slot. It's a different story for handhelds though. Nintendo has long been considered the undisputed king of the video game handheld market, and some of that clout owes to the fact that backwards compatibility has been the cornerstone of all of their major handhelds. The Game Boy Color could play Game Boy games, the Game Boy Advance could play GBC games, and the Nintendo DS could play GBA games, and so on. I think at even one point you could plug your DS into the top of a Sonic & Knuckles cartridge, shove that into an N64 Game Shark cartridge, and create a weird, crude time machine. Probably. As for Microsoft, they seem to have learned from their competitors' mistakes, offering at least some form of backwards compatibility for the Xbox 360 and Xbox One. The Xbox 360 was not backward compatible at launch, due to hardware and software differences between that console and the previous Xbox, but offered it for select games later via software emulation, provided you had an external hard drive connected. At the end of its supported life, the Xbox 360 supported 461 original Xbox games in North America. The Xbox One is a similar story. You're not able to play every game disc, but after a few updates, a selection of Xbox and 360 games could be played on the system, and that selection is updated periodically. It's not perfect, but it's better than nothing. The Xbox Series X, though, is the upcoming generation's real standout so far, shaping up to be a nerd's dream come true. Microsoft has already confirmed that it will play Xbox One games and all of the 360 and OG Xbox games already compatible with Xbox One. On top of that, compatible games and games made available through Xbox Game Pass will get a slight boost in performance from the newer machine. Xbox's Phil Spencer said Game Pass games will, quote, benefit from steadier frame rates, faster load times, and improved resolution and visual fidelity, all with no developer work required. And the cherry on top? Even Xbox One accessories and peripherals can work with Series X. Now back to Sony. As the hype train for the console continued on its journey of the past year, Sony's messaging on backwards compatibility has been less than clear. While the PS5 can supposedly play nice with PS4 discs and digital downloads, the company initially announced that less than 100 PS4 games would function on PS5. They later clarified saying, quote, the overwhelming majority of the 4,000 plus PS4 titles will be playable on PS5. And Sony's Jim Ryan had to clarify that statement most recently by saying in an interview with the Washington Post that 99% of PS4 games will be playable on PS5. So what did this 100 PS4 games comment refer to? Apparently it applies to the 100 or so most popular PS4 games that are getting full graphics and performance upgrades as part of PS5's Legacy Mode. That Legacy Mode, by the way, describes the way the PS5 will work when running PS4 games. And there's even a Pro Legacy Mode for PS4 games that have been optimized for PS4 Pro. Supposedly, Legacy Mode is so powerful, not every PS4 can handle the upres. We're told that has something to do with how PS5's GPU needs to clock down from its native speeds. Like trying to jog slowly next to your walking friend and realizing it's harder than just jogging at a comfortable pace. But that apparently bars some PS4 games from the compatibility party. The plan is to add older PS4 titles to the list of performance-boosted titles on a game-by-game basis. So what about PlayStations 1 through 3? Are they to be left behind in the trash heap of history? Is the cell processor to be blamed again? Might want to take a seat, nostalgic gamers. This one's going to hurt. Speaking with Famitsu Magazine, as translated by Silicon Era, after PlayStation 5's most recent PS5 event, Jim Ryan confirmed that the PS5 will not be backwards compatible with PS1, PS2, or PS3 games. Ryan said, quote, we keep in mind the engineering specialized for PlayStation 5 as we produce the device. In the midst of that, the PS4 already has 100 million players. We thought they ought to want to play PS4 titles on the PS5 as well indeed, so we included compatibility with PS4. While implementing that, we also focused our efforts on taking in the high-speed SSD and new controller DualSense at the same time. So unfortunately, we could not achieve compatibility with those formats. Well, we should have seen this coming. Earlier this summer, a Ubisoft support page posted the PS5 as having no backwards compatibility at all with PlayStations 1 through 3, but the page was quickly removed and Ubisoft and Sony didn't comment on it. There was, however, a tiny glimmer of hope when a patent unearthed by Twitter user rank_schedule revealed Sony is at least considering using the ambiguous cloud to allow PS5 to play PS3 and older gen titles. According to an English translation of the tweet, older games would run on a virtual machine that, quote, mimics the operating system associated with each game console. So now all hope is not lost, as it sounds like this patent someday could be tied to the existing PlayStation Now infrastructure, since PS Now allows gamers to stream the service's library of games. But Sony has not commented publicly on this recently discovered patent. Cloud streaming would take some of the responsibility away from the PlayStation 5 system itself, as the virtual machine would be doing most of emulating, and Sony wouldn't have to cram 25 years of tech into its new console just to play old games. Or Sony might just decide to sell us all of their old games on the PlayStation Store next gen. As of this recording, no news has been announced regarding the patent, so for now, we'll have to assume the patent will remain just an idea on paper. Unfortunately, this speaks to the industry as a whole and its historical lack of concern for preservation and archival. Looking back at the marketing push between each generation of new consoles, backwards compatibility was initially more of a bullet point to get players interested than just a key feature. And while it's true that backwards compatibility is less of an issue for the average gamers the further along a console is in its life, the people are showing more and more interest in keeping their old games playable. In the interim, games are constantly being lost to time, whether they age out of viable backwards compatibility or just aren't popular enough to warrant it in the first place. If you've probably noticed, there's also been an upswell this generation of games being remastered for newer consoles, rather than settling for a simple port. That's great, especially for gamers who didn't get a chance to experience them the first time around. But the process does require developers to have access to that particular game's source code, or else generate their feel-alike games from scratch. Alex Handy, director of the Museum of Art and Digital Entertainment, spoke about how in 2012, 2K Games wanted to remaster the original BioShock. Apparently, the source code for the game went missing. Handy said, quote, 2K had to run around computer to computer asking, does this guy have BioShock? This is one of the biggest games of the 2000s, and they couldn't find the source code, and BioShock was one of the lucky ones, eventually getting the remaster treatment when 2K released BioShock the Collection in 2016. But if you go back a couple of decades or more, you'll find tons of games stuck on the platform they released on, never to have been re-released or made available digitally. It's the video game tar pit, and it's where Tomba's bones lie to this very day. On a lighter note, Microsoft seems to have scored some points with hardcore gamers when they revealed their ambitious backwards compatibility plans for the Xbox Series X. Sony, however, has historically put the future first, opting to resell, remake, and remaster its classics rather than sorting out a long-term solution for backwards compatibility. And Nintendo is guilty of this too. They've notoriously re-released games from the NES and SNES eras on nearly every subsequent platform. Come on. Don't tell me you don't have at least 2 copies of Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past on different systems. In the end, backwards compatibility news may not get the instant shine that new graphics and gameplay trailers do, but its value stretches well beyond the first year of a system's life cycle, and the financial impact on the overall cost of a game library is noteworthy. A commitment to archival and the whole history of gaming keeps more games alive and available, ensuring older games, even those that are nearly forgotten, can stick around to be experienced by new generations.
Thanks for watching. What are some of the games you feel like have been lost to time and could use some backwards compatibility love? Let us know in the comments below, and of course for everything else PlayStation 5, keep it here on IGN.
2013 was a major year for video games. The PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 had overstayed their welcome, and consumers were looking for the next big thing.
Is it too late in its life cycle to get a PlayStation 3, and should I just wait?
It was the perfect time to announce the next generation of PlayStation hardware, and Sony did just that.
This is the foundation of our next generation platform, PlayStation 4.
While on the surface, this may have seemed like just another console launch. It was only 2 years since the infamous hack of the PlayStation Network, 1 year since the Vita failed to set the market on fire, and over 6 years since the launch of the PS3. For Sony, this needed to be a home run. On this episode of IGN Rewind, we'll be taking a close look at the launch of Sony's 4th PlayStation console and dive deep into how the PlayStation 4's launch would set the groundwork for one of Sony's most successful video game endeavors yet. This is the launch and reveal of the PlayStation 4. Rumors of the next generation of PlayStation started popping up online via LinkedIn job postings.
They found the CV on LinkedIn of a guy named Attila Voss. He worked at PlayStation for about 14 years, starting in 1998. And what's interesting on his CV is that he worked on something called the next generation PlayStation. He worked on PS2, PS3, Vita, but he worked on this thing he only calls next generation PlayStation. We don't know what that is, but we assume it's the next generation console, PlayStation 4.
While numerous industry experts were speculating and discussing why they wanted a new PlayStation, there wasn't any official confirmation from Sony regarding a new console.
Rumors hit the internet about the PlayStation 4, Sony's next home console. Very exciting.
What's it codenamed?
Codenamed Orbis.
Oh, that's a hell of a name.
Woo!
That's a thing.
Now, there's the rumors have a few details to them, including the CPU and GPU, which I don't think are as exciting as a couple other pieces of information, including the fact that it apparently will not play PlayStation 3 games. Whoa, there's going to be some sort of restriction placed on the system's ability to play used games. Now, we also heard that there's a potential holiday release for 2013. So with all that said, Colin, true or fake?
It's probably true, but I don't know. I mean, so we did reach out to Sony, of course. We talked to our people there. Their usual line when they don't want to tell us anything is we don't comment on rumors and speculation. PlayStation 4's controller seems to have leaked, Scott. And these are very exciting times. Now, the story comes by way of Destructoid, who posted a picture. This is the picture, but we'll have a better version of it, obviously, appearing on your screen, of what looks like a PlayStation 4 dev kit and a PlayStation 4 controller. And a source indicates to IGN that that controller is 100% real, so there is no speculation about it.
That speculation wouldn't last too long, though.
And here we go. Sony will be making a big announcement on February 20th, and all signs point to it being the PlayStation 4. PlayStation.com is advertising a meeting to be held on February 20th at 6 p.m. Eastern, along with the invitation, See the Future.
We believe that PlayStation 4 represents a significant shift from thinking of PlayStation as merely a box or a console to thinking of PlayStation as a leading authority on play. This is the foundation of our next generation platform, PlayStation 4.
Today, Sony held a special press event in New York City, and they had tons of huge announcements for us. Let's get to it. First off, the big one.
The PlayStation 4 is official, and it's coming as soon as holiday 2013. It will have an x86 CPU, 8 gigs of system RAM, and what Sony is calling an enhanced PC GPU and a supercharged PC architecture. It will be capable of running gorgeous Unreal Engine 4 games and even have millions of objects moving in real time on the Havoc engine. You'll apparently be able to turn off the system while playing and pick up where you left off just by turning it back on. Dedicated always-on hardware puts a huge focus on social functionality, where apps on Vita, smartphones, and tablets allow you to chat even when you're away from your PS4.
But we didn't just get to see the new console. Take a look at the new controller.
It's officially called the DualShock 4. It has enhanced rumble, reduced latency, a small touchpad, and a light bar to track its movements. It also has a share button, but more on that in a bit.
Not gonna lie, that looks pretty hot to me.
I'm Damon Hatfield, host and producer here at IGN. You may recognize me from such shows as GameScoop.
What was the hype like around the office when the PS4 was initially announced? So pre-E3, when they had that PlayStation conference, and then the controller leak like a week before.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit, it was a little bit muted at that point. It was like I said, sounds great on paper. It's the next PlayStation, it's more powerful, easier to develop for. Cool, sounds good. It was as things started to fall apart for Xbox. You know, it's just these, you see the first party platforms, they rise and fall, they come and go, and going into PS3, Sony had gotten cocky after 2 generations dominating the industry, and then that bit them in the butt. And then you see the same thing happening with Xbox. When they announced, when you watch that reveal of the Xbox One, it almost seems like they don't even think of Sony as a competitor anymore. Like they want to compete with Amazon and cable companies and Comcast. So the whole reveal, there's very little talk of video games during that reveal. There's talk about how it's going to be the center of your entertainment living room, and you're going to run your cable box through it, and it's going to change the way that you watch sports. And it's probably going to require an online connection, and you can't trade your games, and you may not even be able to play used games on it. So it's like, what? It sounded worse and worse the more we heard about it, and that just made the PlayStation 4 sound better and better and better.
Yeah.
And then, of course, sort of like the death blow was E3.
This is going to be a bigger than normal E3 with a lot of focus on next generation consoles.
E3 2013 was an electrifying conference because not only was Sony showing off their new console, but Microsoft was also showing off their new Xbox. Even though Microsoft's press conference was aired before Sony's by a few hours, the reception of their event was received in a less than stellar way and ultimately led to diminished sales and a major blow to their brand's reputation. But that's another story for another time.
Fortunately, we have a product for people who aren't able to get some form of connectivity. It's called Xbox 360.
Right.
Later that evening, all eyes were on Sony and the PlayStation 4.
Like an hour, and we're like, yeah, this is okay.
We got called back here at an hour, and Damon and I were like, it's been a solid conference. I'm waiting for the knockout punch, and then they just came out and beat the body to death. Like, I mean, it's 6 years, 6.5 years I've covered PlayStation for IGN. I'm so used to them coming out and just screwing it up.
I know.
And they're coming out and they're like, no, we got this.
Oh my God. E3 2006, they screwed it up then.
Oh,
they
yeah,
announced $600.
$599 US.
Oh my God.
I don't know, so where do we begin? You have to. It was backloaded. This whole thing. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, like
they were teasing us the whole way.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
exactly,
I loved
it. You wanted more.
I wanted more.
They showed a hell of a lot of.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Bombshells were the price.
The biggest question on everyone's mind was saved for the end of the conference. Everyone wants to know, what's it going to cost? Sony revealed that the PlayStation 4, which arrives this holiday season, will be priced at $399 US, 399 euros, and 349 pounds sterling. 20% less than the Xbox One. Damn.
The most notable thing to come out of the entire press conference, besides the console itself, wasn't an announcement for anything Sony was selling, but a direct shot at Microsoft Xbox One's always online DRM.
This is how you share your games on PS4.
Thanks.
This bold jab at the competition was what Sony needed to hammer its gaming-first messaging and solidify its player-first stance for the next generation of consoles.
I think they handled it as pretty. They took that probably as far as you could without being like distasteful.
The PS4 reveal was a massive success, and Sony managed to not only reinvigorate the PlayStation brand, but also amplify the competition's confusing messaging around its next Xbox console.
There were lots of people who gave their opinions on that issue to my Twitter account before E3. It's not that our hardware policies are decided strictly based on user reaction like this, but when we were thinking about what we had to bring across and how to bring it across, it was a very useful source. Considering how Sony referenced the feedback Microsoft had received towards the end of its conference, it appears that even if the backlash didn't dictate what the Japanese company decided to do with the PS4, it was happy to capitalize on the negative reaction. SCE Japan Asia President Hiroshi Kawano added, "As of now, I feel like we're getting a very positive response. For this system, we made a list of what people expected from us, debating over each point, with user feedback forming the main basis for the list. The software makers are also telling us that they feel like they really make some fun stuff with it. A new platform always provides the basis for new forms of play, so I'd like to see it connect to a revitalization of the marketplace."
It's the fact that I think for E3 and what E3 is designed to be, PlayStation won it. I think Microsoft had better games. I was more excited about their game lineup, but only because I already knew they came out and showed like updated versions for PlayStation games, right?
Sure.
And I was like, that's awesome. And then what I got excited about the PlayStation was the price, and then standing up for gamers like we've talked about, and doing all these different things.
This is the time more than ever where you need to win on policy, because a few years ago Sony announced the PS3 and they said it's $599 US, and people said no. And had they said yes, game consoles would forever be $600+, but they weren't. And we changed that, right? And we spoke with our wallets. And this time around, Sony said, we're not going to do the used game thing. We're not going to rip people off. And they stopped that dead in its track. And if you're doing that, you're an ass. Right. And you're ripping people off. And that's the tone they set. And that's more important than any game in the world. The games will come later, but if the platform doesn't rip you off out the box, it's a good place to start.
In those first party conferences, there's always sort of a level of like one-upmanship, and they're always trying to outdo each other. But that year is like, I've never seen any of the first parties be so blatant in their like thumbs up to Xbox. Like Jack Tretton, they addressed deliberately the fact that their console was not going to require any sort of online connection. You can trade your games, you can play used games. They're just like they hit every weak point that Xbox had sort of revealed for themselves. Yeah, Sony took advantage of.
The excitement around the PlayStation 4 was nearing a cult-like status. Thanks to its well-received E3 press conference and effective marketing campaign, Sony had positioned itself to become the console leader of this new generation early into its launch window.
And then, of course, on launch day, it was like, there was so much more excitement. Like, we have a video on IGN about this mass unboxing of PS4s in the office, because pretty much everyone in the IGN office had pre-ordered one. Let me just say, I don't think we had enough people to do a fun video like that for the Xbox One.
What's up, everybody? It's me, Greg Miller, and our personal PS4s have arrived here at the IGN office, but everybody's so excited we all wanted to do an unboxing video by ourselves, so we said, hey, we'll do it all at once. You guys ready? Yeah! All right, then. 3, 2, 1. What's up, everybody?
There it is. We got the controller right here. Let's take a look at the DualShock 4. A little bit of a dead time.
So nice and
we got the
handle. You know, I like the handle.
have the watchdog guy here.
Monthly PlayStation Plus. So the best part about this is that if you hook it up to your TV right now, you'll be able to download the latest
the one and only console. I'm about to wrap this thing.
That's different than college, but I love mine personally. PlayStation 3, it didn't really have a built-in headset, so nobody was ever talking in PS3 multiplayer games.
It's very, very nice packaging here that you can see.
The wobble, the infamous PlayStation 4 wobble, it's because of these little dots, but don't worry about it, it's okay.
Most important, an authentic quick start guide,
but then it also comes with a controller. Oh my gosh, we got the same thing! That's why this is the most revolutionary console ever made, since the GameCube at least.
And this is the world's best HDMI cable because you know it came free in a box.
Okay, well I'm going to do an in-depth walkthrough of this power cable now, starting at one end. So I'm not sure what this end is for.
The console looks pretty amazing.
It's pretty amazing.
It's got the glossy
Small
top,
disc.
kind of got a map.
I love what they've done here.
There you have it, folks. The PS4, it looks great. I'm gonna go make out with this man.
some of us have to get back to work.
Well, that's the unboxing of the PlayStation 4.
It was very entertaining as a gamer to watch, and it was exciting to cover as an IGN employee. So yeah, I don't think I wouldn't have, I have no notes.
The launch of the PlayStation 4 was lightning in a bottle. The system was well on its way to becoming one of the best-selling consoles of all time, topping the original PlayStation at over 117 million units sold at the time of this video. Thanks to some smart marketing and one of the most effective video game press conferences to date, Sony was able to revive the PlayStation brand and launch one of the most successful consoles ever.
Thank you so much for being here. Good night.
How do you know PlayStation is not a normal game system? It carries these telltale signs.
At the dawn of the 1990s, there were only two names that mattered in the world of video game consoles: Sega and Nintendo.
So you had Mario on the left side and you had Sonic on the right side. And, you know, what was PlayStation bringing to the party?
He looked me in the eye at the end of the presentation. He said, "Sony will never make a good game. You'll never take on Nintendo."
It may look like a harmless bagel toaster, but inside is a deadly donut.
Back then, no one could have foreseen that a consumer electronics company with zero experience in gaming would disrupt the space so thoroughly that its name would soon become the de facto noun for home consoles. Not just that, but its impact would change the way we thought about games forever.
Users lose all sense of reality and enter another world.
There wasn't a lot of respect for conventional wisdom. Quite a lot of possibly misplaced arrogance around the fact that we knew what we were doing, that we were going to get it right.
Sony's PlayStation wasn't just a console. It was the revolution that began the modern era of video games. This is the story of how its legacy began, told by two former Sony presidents. Andrew House, one of the original minds behind the PlayStation's groundbreaking marketing, who rose to CEO status, and Sean Layden, who helped developers bring some of PlayStation's most beloved games to life for over 20 years.
PlayStation really overturned the tea table. Everyone had to kind of deal with the world that Sony was going to create after that.
Remember, do not underestimate the power of PlayStation.
Technology has transformed home entertainment, and many young kids now are growing up spending their time and their money on this kind of strange electronic world.
The origins of PlayStation go all the way back to the late 1980s, when Sony agreed to produce sound processor chips for Nintendo's new SNES console. Just a short duration into their partnership, Nintendo proposed a joint venture. It wanted Sony to create a new drive system for the SNES, based on the CD-ROM format that Sony had pioneered. But the deal collapsed in an ugly fashion, leaving many Sony executives bitter and wary of working in the industry again.
There was a sense that video games were toys, and Sony's not a toy company. So what confidence do we have to fight on someone else's battlefield with unproven weapons and no experience in strategy?
But Ken Kutaragi, the man who first arranged Sony's deal with Nintendo, refused to be deterred.
Kutaragi-san, the often called father of PlayStation, was trying to get the company to not back down from their gaming ambitions, but rather lean further in and say that if we can't do a peripheral for Nintendo, let's just do our own machine.
Kutaragi's vision was to create a machine that brought the cutting-edge experience of arcades into into the homes of regular people. That would mean a console capable of 3D graphics. At the time, that felt like a true quantum leap beyond Sega and Nintendo's 2D offerings. But while stellar visuals would be what would sell the console to the public, it was the use of cheap CD-ROMs rather than expensive cartridges that would be Sony's secret weapon. Those shiny plastic bagels would convince the wider games industry to bet on PlayStation. At least, that's what Sony hoped.
Getting flash ROMs manufactured and built in Hong Kong invariably or Taiwan, the lead times of getting those things done, the expense per unit was light years away from what we were able to do with optical disc. You know, you didn't have to have 100,000 unit plus minimum order on flash ROM, which was the order of the day for things like Genesis or Super Nintendo. With optical disc, you can just order 10,000 discs, and if your game sells out on Thursday, give us a call and we can replenish you by Wednesday the next week. And it really sort of changed the dynamic around that.
And that, I think, was the aspect that people sort of lose sight of. By lowering the cost of how much it costs to make physically a game, you could have developers have more developer participation in the industry. You lower the barrier to entry so there could be lots more companies making games. That in turn opened up to creative risk-taking of a kind that hadn't been seen in the business before, which wasn't possible with the previous model.
Despite skepticism among the executives, Kutaragi had the backing of Sony's new CEO, Norio Oga, who had previously spent over a decade as the president of CBS Sony Records. One of Oga's first decisions as CEO was to purchase Columbia Pictures Entertainment. He wasn't just interested in furthering Sony's electronics business, but its entertainment ambitions too. And Kataragi's PlayStation could be the gateway into a new and lucrative market. Still, the first moves were made with some trepidation.
When I joined the division, my then boss said to me, more or less you're an idiot and it's a toy and, it's destined for failure and why would you want to go and work on something like that?
There was kind of a sense, I think, from the finance side of it. It's like, please lease everything because in 9 months you may not be there anymore anyway. So we're kind of up against this sink or swim dichotomy.
But down in the newly dug PlayStation trenches, the staff of Sony's fresh gaming division were eager to bring the fight to their heavyweight rivals.
Most of us still very, very junior in the industry. And so we had the advantage of there wasn't a lot of fear. There wasn't a lot of respect for conventional wisdom. And therefore, there was possibly quite a lot of, possibly misplaced arrogance around the fact that we knew what we were doing, that we were going to get it right.
We were just all there to embark on this new venture with the enthusiasm and the gusto of the uninitiated. And just dived into the swimming pool and thought, yeah, Nintendo, Sega, these two entrenched, embedded leaders in the field. Sure, why can't we start a new platform and take them on head-to-head?
This is Shigeru Miyamoto. Japanese youngsters call him the god of games. Nintendo now has 80% of the computer games market in the United States. The company's showing that, in one area of software at least, the Japanese aren't just successful, they can wipe the floor with their rivals.
All the confidence in the world couldn't make up for Sony's clear disadvantage, though. The company had no experience in creating video games at all. There wasn't even one person on staff who could rival superstar developers like Nintendo's Shigeru Miyamoto or Sega's Yuji Naka.
We didn't have any first-party development at that time because you can't spin that stuff up in 6 months. You've got to spend years doing that.
We couldn't afford to have that strategy. We had to be heavily flipped the other way around, very dependent on third-party publishers and third-party developers.
We had a very deep partnership with Namco from the start. They were like the touchstone in the Japanese market. If you really want to talk about bringing arcade into the home, nothing told that story or sold that story better than Tekken and Ridge Racer. That people were lining up in arcades to drop their 100 yen coin into a slot to pay 3 minutes of these games. And we're saying, you can take this thing home. And then Ubisoft and Infogram and you name it. Everyone just found a place to come to where they thought they all had an equal chance to be the biggest dog in the room.
Sony's initial reliance on third-party development was a very different approach to how Nintendo and Sega did business. Within a couple of months of the SNES launching, it already had a trio of Nintendo-developed games. In contrast, Sony planned to launch the PlayStation in Japan without a single game made by its own hand. But the company knew first-party development would be be vital to its long-term success. Sony needed its own developer.
At the time, we had a partnership with a company called Psygnosis in Europe, which we ended up buying 3 years later to bring that facility in-house. They had reach, they had breadth, and they had a sensibility about wanting to be successful in the Japanese market. They're very keen to do that. And I think they were also looking at us as being an insurgent party that they could get in and be part of a growing enterprise, not just being bolted onto somebody else's established success.
Sony bought Psygnosis in 1993. The studio would go on to create Wipeout, the jewel in the crown of PlayStation's European launch in 1995.
This game is very fast and has incredible graphics, but when you first start, you'll probably spend too much time crashing to notice.
And alongside the Tokyo-based Japan studio, Psygnosis formed the first building block of what would become Sony Computer Entertainment Worldwide Studios, better known today as the hugely successful PlayStation Studios. The path to God of War and The Last of Us began here. Building PlayStation required more than just a console and some games though. It needed a brand, an identity, and it needed to be built by people who understood that a console was more than a plastic box of silicon chips.
Innovation number one was move to optical media. Innovation number two was Sony's recognition that going into entertainment was a completely new thing for them, and that the electronics team, though they had the technical prowess, they didn't know exactly what entertainment was all about. The original Sony Computer Entertainment was a joint venture between Sony Electronics and Sony Music Entertainment. And you brought these two cultures together in one room.
The Sony Music team envisioned PlayStation not as a physical console plugged into your TV, but as a lifestyle. Like music, gaming had its own culture, aesthetic, and personality. And PlayStation's identity was absolutely not going to be the childlike image projected by Nintendo.
EIA. I mean, you try and avoid using that awful word attitude, but it was something that was very prominent at the time. It was sort of games that had tonally a very different message around them than what you'd seen before, that they weren't, just cute and fun. There was slight elements of darkness and so on that was starting to emerge even at that time.
If the suspense doesn't kill you, something else will. Everyone's gonna die!
Particularly in Japan, when we started advertising for PlayStation games, it was like nothing anyone had seen before. Early PlayStation advertising was groundbreaking, and it was taking that music sensibility and putting it into an interactive entertainment medium and seeing what they can do with that. So it spoke differently, it pitched differently. PlayStation really overturned the tea table. Everyone had to kind of deal with the world that Sony was going to create after that.
By the final months of 1994, the PlayStation identity had been found and forged. It was time to launch the console in its first region, Sony's home territory of Japan.
It was sort of a bunch of very deliberately people in their 20s sort of hammering on a sort of closed storeroom door, shouting 1, 2, 3, Ichi-ni-san, which was also the launch date 12/3. No one had seen game campaigns like that before. There was a very simple idea around, the targeting of the initial campaign around PlayStation, and that was that the mindset was going to be of someone who was 17. If you were older and in your 20s and upwards, it was that sort of fun mindset that you had when you were 17, and that's what the platform's going to offer. If you were younger than that it was what you aspired to be, that you aspired to be a 17-year-old, because that was cool and hip if you were a young kid.
100,000 PlayStations were sold in Japan on launch day. By the end of the year, 300,000 had been sold. Despite tough competition from Sega, which launched its own 3D-capable Saturn console just weeks before, the PlayStation was an instant success story. The next step was to bring PlayStation to the rest of the world. Sony knew it had to make an impact ahead of its US and European launch in September 1995, and a brand new summer trade show called E3 was the place to do it. But on the first day of the show, it seemed as if Sega had stolen Sony's thunder. The rival company announced that its Saturn console, which was also planned for a September launch in the West, was available right there and then in US stores for $399. It was a huge move from Sega, but one that Sony was well prepared for. For the PlayStation presentation, Steve Race, the head of development at Sony Computer Entertainment America, took to the stage to deliver the industry's boldest mic drop.
$299. We all understand that created bad blood between SCE and the Entertainment Software Association, which was sponsoring the event, where I think the ground rules were, we'll have this keynote panel discussion, but you can't bring a commercial message to it. You just have to talk about the warm fuzzies of interactive entertainment. And for Sony guys to come up there and go, yeah, thanks for the rules, but $2.99, mic drop off the stage, just kind of fed into the narrative that PlayStation is the rogue platform. You can tell it things, but it won't necessarily listen.
But while the statement created headlines, this Sega undercutting price point came with incredible risks.
Let's say a lot of the costs were sort of dollar-based. And the thing that everybody was really frightened about was currencies, right? And you know, being put in a position of selling a unit that the more that you sold, the more money you lost. And, you know, whether it was $2.99 or not, that's exactly what happened. Because I went back and checked exactly what it was. But the yen strengthened to, I think, 80 yen to the dollar in the summer of the launch year, which was a historic high. And so you're in this, you know, really, really awful position now of, you know, $2.99 sounded great on stage. And then when you start to look at the economics around that, it's an absolute disaster, you know, potentially for that first year or two.
On Friday, you'll finally be able to get your hands on the PlayStation.
What could have been a disaster was instead a monumental success. PlayStation significantly outsold the Sega Saturn in both the US and the UK, and the console quickly became the flagship games machine of the generation. Within its first year, Sony took control of 20% of the entire American video games market. The PlayStation needed to provide more than just initial novelty if it were to survive though, and despite strong success in its first year, there was still some doubt that PlayStation could really contend with the industry heavyweights.
I was trying to get a business off the ground distributing other internal Sony studio games in Japan. And I went to the editor of, you know, the sort of most prominent magazine in games that was out there at the time. And I remember he looked me in the eye at the end of the presentation. He said, Sony will never make a good game. You don't have what it takes. You don't have an eye to quality. You'll never take on Nintendo.
And so the real battle began. Sony had to prove that PlayStation was the place to find not just quality, but experiences that you couldn't play anywhere else. Thanks to the cheaper CD format, it was able to encourage development partners to take creative risks and experiment beyond established genres. And so the PlayStation quickly became the home of some of gaming's most innovative creations.
We gave a lot of autonomy to the studios to decide what they wanted to make. As the first-party platform holder, it was an imperative upon PlayStation and Sony to continue to bring not just a variety of content, but actually create new genre. You know, make gaming something that it wasn't. At the time, in the early days, it was fighting, racing, RPG. It wasn't until PlayStation when you had something like Parappa, which introduced the idea of rhythm action gaming. Had to make that one up because they didn't know what to call it.
Punch, it's all in the mind. If you wanna test me, I'm sure you'll find the things I'll teach ya. Be sure to beat ya. Nevertheless, you'll get a lesson from teacher. Now kick.
Something like Parappa the Rapper was certainly not without risk in terms of making that a, you know, somehow a big AAA title in the US. There's an element of the quirky, a mindset of trying to find the somewhat unconventional or giving the conventional a twist. I think Crash Bandicoot, you know, very much fell into that category. It was a platform game on its surface, but had other elements, and you know, the choice of a Bandicoot to be the sort of, you know, lead character, the ad campaign of having a guy dressed up in a suit shouting outside Nintendo headquarters, which was one of the first large-scale campaigns that I did.
Hey, plumber boy, mustache man, your worst nightmare has arrived.
So you had Mario on the left side and you had Sonic on the right side. And, you know, what was PlayStation bringing to the party? I think we put some energy in trying to make Crash Bandicoot into a type of mascot for the platform. But I think the breadth of our offering diluted the impact of having a mascot or not.
You want a piece of me? You want some of this?
Crash Bandicoot showed how PlayStation was thinking differently about established video game staples. But elsewhere in the console's library, developers were exploring uncharted territory. Where the Sega Genesis and Super Nintendo had thrived on platformers and fighting games, some of PlayStation's biggest successes were in action-fueled adventures and blood-drenched horror.
I remember Biohazard in Japan, aka Resident Evil, was the first game to go out with an explicit content sticker. This big red triangle, like, you know, danger, danger. And of course, nothing helps sell a title faster than a government label telling you shouldn't play this.
I think the best example I can give is sort of Tomb Raider. Both the gameplay mechanics are different and represent sort of a real move, you know, shift forward in what games could be, coupled with a strong female character as the lead, an adventure setting, shades of Indiana Jones. All of those elements together led us to believe that this is something that you want to really get behind and make emblematic of the platform.
Perhaps Sony's most significant move, though, was to convince Japan's most prolific RPG developer to leave a decade of Nintendo loyalty behind and bring its most ambitious game to PlayStation.
For them to get Square to bring Final Fantasy VII to PlayStation was huge. You know, remember those opening cutscenes and the ability to ramp that up. It really showed that we'd come to a new age in gaming, right? I mean, part of the promise of PlayStation was to bring 3D gaming into the home. With something like Final Fantasy, with the artists and the visionaries at Square, it really showed what you could do with this. It was remarkable to all developers who saw it. It just gave them more colors to paint with, more shapes to work with.
Final Fantasy VII went on to become the PlayStation's second biggest game of all time, selling over 10 million copies. But in a demonstration of the diversity of PlayStation's library, Final Fantasy's huge story and even larger swords were in complete contrast to the PlayStation's best-selling game of all time, Gran Turismo. Developed by Sony's own Japan studio, it was a racing sim the likes of which had never been seen outside of an arcade before. To date, it has sold almost 11 million copies. No matter your gaming tastes, there was something for you on PlayStation. Sony's advancements in both technology and business strategy had pushed the games industry into a vibrant and varied new place. By 1999, the company had claimed an astonishing 60% of the American video game market. It was the uncontested king of the fifth console generation. Its position was so strong that it easily fended off competition from Sega's new, more advanced Dreamcast. But the PlayStation couldn't last forever. With a new millennium in sight and armed with all of its new experience, Sony set in motion plans for a successor console.
Welcome to the third place.
The concept behind the PlayStation 2 was simple: do it again, but bigger and better. But despite its success with the original PlayStation, the sequel initially proved to be a difficult second album.
Oh, here we go again.
PlayStation 2 was the first time for Sony to launch a successor platform. You know, Sega had done it, Nintendo had done it. We'd never done it. So we didn't know what we didn't know about the trickiness around that. We had to make it up as we went along. The PlayStation 2 had some architectural uniqueness to it, which was difficult to get across to, you know, some of the developers who were more used to working on a traditional, like, arcade-based platform.
Despite the difficulties, the original PlayStation provided a good blueprint. The new console had to push the technology forward in a way that would fundamentally change the opportunities available to both developers and players. For PlayStation, that was the CD-ROM. For PlayStation 2, that was DVD.
Sony PlayStation 2 will be the biggest thing to come along since TV was invented.
It started to open up another chapter in PlayStation's sort of, you know, vision, which was not just to be about games or interactive entertainment, but to not necessarily be a home hub in some sort of living room dominant sense, but to allow you to have lots of different members of the family still interact with PlayStation, potentially for different reasons.
The PS2's DVD drive wasn't just a movie player though. Much like how CD-ROMs allowed developers to think beyond the limiting boundaries of cartridges, DVDs provided the space to create significantly more ambitious games.
Oh boy, he's right on schedule.
And that was just a very serendipitous alignment of technological trends. And PlayStation got in there before anybody else. What you're doing is you're making just a bigger palette to paint on. More painting is more time is more money, but more painting is also richer, more involved storylines. You could actually have a narrative.
And so began the journey towards the huge cinematic action games that define PlayStation today.
I remember when we did The Getaway, when I was in the London studio. That was really groundbreaking. We were making a movie in a game at the same time. It was a huge step change from whatever action-adventure tropes had been prevalent at the time. Because you had DVD and you had endless amounts of memory and you could put all kinds of textures. You can put, you know, 16 square miles of London into a DVD, and that means you can tell a bigger story. You can tell a more nuanced story. And I think that was what really was a huge change that PS2 brought to the gaming market, was the inception of that kind of hugely narrative-based gaming.
Patience, my boy. All in good time.
Storage and narrative have remained a core part of PlayStation's DNA. The evolution from DVD to Blu-ray to SSD has seen Sony's story ambitions expand. Today, the PlayStation 5 is considered the home of cinematic single-player games. In fact, that's almost exclusively what it's known for. In contrast to the wild and experimental days of the original PlayStation, modern Sony is much more focused and risk-averse. There's no parappa, no Vib ribbon, but the foundations of the original console are still clear to see. Third-party partnerships remain the lifeblood of not just the platform, but modern console gaming. An ever-expanding array of developers create new and fascinating games every year, and that variety means that no one person's PlayStation or Xbox library is the same as anyone else's. Long gone is the era when your collection was guaranteed to be almost entirely made up of games produced by Shigeru Miyamoto. The PlayStation changed video games forever, and we play in its world.
Over 200 apes are on the loose, and it's up to you to stop them. Introducing Ape Escape.
What'd you say?
You're toast.
Help me!
Where are you?
Open the drapes.
It's called mental wealth.
Hey everybody, Seth Macy, IGN, Summer of Gaming. I am here at Ubisoft with Max Scoville, and not just because I like Max a whole lot, but because Max likes Avatar a whole lot. There's a cool Avatar game coming out.
I'm the guy who likes Avatar, and I'm also the guy who's excited about Avatar Frontiers of Pandora, which, if we're being completely blunt, just looks like Avatar Far Cry, which I'm extremely okay with.
Okay, I like that, actually.
Yeah, I mean, basically, you're on Pandora. You play as a Navi. You play as like a true Navi, not a human piloting one, which
Not
I was
an
always kind of
Avatar Navi.
yeah. You're not an Avatar. You have Ninja Turtle hands, not human hands. You know, the fingers and all that.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
basically, story-wise, this is canon. This takes place in the universe, but it's in sort of a different chunk of Pandora that hasn't been explored. It's the Western frontier. We're expected to see kind of like wide open grasslands and some like weird, you know, spooky forests and stuff, but it's probably not going to intersect too much with what happens in the actual movies. That said, in the universe, basically, you play as a sort of a Navi child who gets kidnapped by the RDA, the bad guys, you know, and there's a messed up program where they're trying to train the Navi kids to use human weaponry so they can kill other Navi. And then
That's counter to everything that the Navi believe.
right? They're not wild about this sort of behavior, are
No.
they? But basically, you're this sort of, you know, this black sheep or blue sheep, whatever. But yeah, the events of the first movie happen. Everything goes to crap, and then the humans are like, we got to get the hell out of here. Kill those Navi kids. We don't need them. And luckily, instead of being killed off, somebody puts you in cryo sleep, which conveniently lasts for 15 years until the events of The Way of Water, when the RDA comes back. So basically, you come out of cryo sleep, you're this Navi who's raised like a human, and you go out into the world, and you have to go and make friends with regular Navi and learn their ways, even though you already are a Navi. So it's kind of everything Jake Sully does in the first movie, but rearranged in a way where you're just piloting the Navi from your comfy couch as opposed to him being in like a special Avatar bubble. You play as a custom character. You create your own Navi.
Cool.
You get to customize them up and down. And then you basically do all the stuff you'd expect to do. You have to go out
Such
and
as?
you know, do the first flight, the rite of passage, and you know, catch an Ikron and train it. One of those, you know, big flying banshee type things.
Of course.
And that's going to be, I think, the real thing that sets this apart from being just another, you know, Far Cry.
Yeah.
You're going to be really connected with this flying animal, and it's going to be there's. You remember Eagle Flight, the VR game that Ubisoft put out, where you're just an eagle flying around Paris? It kind of looks like that. Kind of looks like when you control a bird in Assassin's Creed.
Yeah.
Like there's going to be a lot of flying in third person. All the stuff on the ground is in first person. But if you're riding a dire horse or flying your Ikron around, it's sort of wide third person. And I think that's really going to highlight this being a different scale than we're used to from an open world Ubisoft game. That said, a lot of familiar stuff here. There's going to be outposts, there's going to be crafting, there's going to be resource gathering, there's going to be, you know, there's animals to hunt, there's humans to fight. Obviously, it's a little weird because they're like, you know, yay high on you, but they also get in big robot mech suits, and so you have a little bit more of a challenge in that department. The weird thing I was kind of curious about is, you know, if you played a Far Cry game, you are just a horrible murder machine in the animal department. Like you know, you'll like flamethrow like 8 great white sharks to make a new wallet or whatever. It's messed up. The Navi don't really do that, so they said they're focusing more on on quality of materials rather than sheer quantity.
Sure.
So I'm guessing you're gonna kill one space weasel or whatever, and you'll apologize to it. And maybe it's harder. I don't know exactly how they're going to go about that. I think it's going to be more like you have to carefully pay attention to exactly how good of a space berry you're picking or a space weasel you're killing. It's not so much just like go get 5 great white sharks and you can have a new backpack. It's I always go to great white sharks. That was the sort of hard
Sharks
one.
Sharks are very cool. So,
but yeah, a lot of familiar stuff here. I'm still okay with that. We haven't gotten a Far Cry game since 6.
That's
this one has space dragons. It has mech suits. You actually, the funniest thing, the skill tree, it's an actual tree. You go and you take your magic ponytail and you put it up in the pink thing, and then this big thing pops up. And I love that the skill tree looks like a menu for like a wellness spa. Like it's all the usual Far Cry skills, like doing silent takedowns, and you can kill people faster while you're swimming or whatever. But it just looks very like very. I don't know.
It's literal.
Yeah,
I appreciate
it looks
that.
very new age. But yeah, I mean, if you're the kind of person who likes Avatar and you want to play an Avatar game, this looks like a pretty safe bet.
Well, it sounds to me, I mean, you're saying it's like a Far Cry. It sounds to me like if you just like a Far Cry game, you're going to dig this.
Yeah.
My question is, you said that these were kids raised to do human weapons. Does that mean you're wielding human weapons?
Bingo. So if you couldn't guess from the B-roll you're showing, yes, you get human weapons. You get big old shotguns, machine guns, bazookas, all that good stuff. And you also have, Navi weapons. You have like spears and bows and arrows and all that, other stuff. And we've seen this in Far Cry games. We've got Far Cry Primal, which has all sorts of, rustic, analog, old-timey weapons. And we've seen, plenty of sci-fi stuff in Blood Dragon, and the later Far Cry games have gotten plenty weird. And I think you're going to have sort of an interesting fusion of these things. Like in the most recent movie, like Jake has like he kind of customizes his rifle so that it's got some like Navi tooling to it.
Okay.
I feel like you're going to get upgrades like that. Not positive, but like just. You're also going to do the thing where you like get like a perfectly crafted Navi bow and bow, and then suddenly you tack something onto it. You can do like electricity arrows because you put 9-volt batteries on the ends of them or so. It's a video game. It's gonna This is all stuff we've done in Far Cry games, but it's gonna be in the Avatar universe now, and you get to ride around on your dragon best friend. I don't know. I'm into it.
So anyway, Max, I'm glad that you're very excited for Avatar. I'm kind of excited now. You've rubbed off on me.
It's Tar Cry.
It's Thank you so much. This is IGN Summer Gaming. I'm Seth Macy. For everything else, keep it right here on IGN.
I see you.
It's time to feel more. Feel bigger. Feel stronger. Feel braver. Feel fiercer. Feel wiser. Feel smarter. Feel calmer. Feel happier. Feel freer. Feel faster. Tenser. Slicker. Bolder. Wilder. Closer. Deeper. Feel more and more and more. Feel it now with PS5.
PlayStation.
If you know one thing about Final Fantasy VII, it's that Aerith dies. The praying girl gets cut down by the guy with the massive sword. There's a reason why this pivotal story beat is one of the most well-known spoilers in gaming. It's a moment that's continually stunned players since 1997.
No.
Why?
This is basically the Bambi's mum getting shot moment of video game history.
Video games had killed off significant characters before Final Fantasy VII, but this was different. The resonance Aerith had with fans is incomparable, and the emotional impact of her death left many players desperate for a resurrection.
The legend of reviving Aerith, literally since the game came out, people were making that legend up.
My brother told me there's a way you might be able to bring her back.
What I really wanted to do was just surprise people, so I scripted this alternate route where you keep Aerith around.
Over 25 years, rumour became myth, myth became hoax, and eventually hope became a way to genuinely save the last of the ancients. This is the inside story of the players who rewrote Fate and resurrected Aerith Gainsborough. Aerith Gainsborough is one of the most beloved characters in RPG history. First introduced as little more than a flower merchant in the opening hour of Final Fantasy VII, she soon becomes a significant figure in the story's central cast. The revelation that she is the last remaining member of an ancient race positions her as vital to the plot, that made fans fall in love with her.
From the moment you meet her, she's charming, she's very sweet, but she has a little bit, as you learn later on, a little bit like some spunk here and there. She was just one of those characters that immediately I personally fell in love with.
I think she's a really, really fantastic character where you can't judge her based on her appearance. And I kind of assumed, like, since she dresses really conservatively and you obviously see like the pictures of her praying, I thought she was going to be quite sweet, but also kind of serious and boring and sort of self-sacrificial. But then it couldn't be further from the truth.
Well, look who it is.
She's someone that doesn't take things too seriously. She's full of life and she tries to get everyone else to enjoy it along with her.
Aerith's death comes out of nowhere, and happens just as Final Fantasy VII gears up for its apocalyptic second half. Having learned that villain Sephiroth plans to force a meteor to crash into the planet as part of his attempts to ascend to godhood, protagonist Cloud and his friends head to the Forgotten City. There, Aerith will call upon the ultimate white magic, Holy, which she hopes will protect the world from the impending doom. Tragically, Sephiroth fatally interrupts the ritual at the final moment.
It was absolutely earth-shattering because she was always on my team. I just loved her. Like, I don't know, something about her character. She was just so sweet and pure. And for whatever reason, because maybe it is her personality and just who she is, it's life-changing. Like, I still haven't gotten over her death years later.
Aerith does die activating the holy spells. There is this temptation to think of it as some noble sacrifice, but it's really not. It's just like a horrible tragedy that happens. And I think that's quite different to how death is usually handled in video games, certainly at this point in time. I really feel like the tragedy of it is encapsulated by that one key artwork when Aerith is looking up at the high wind. That becomes really bittersweet for me because she was the most adventurous of the whole party. Like, she would have loved that, but she never gets to ride that airship.
Aerith's death is an important and irreversible moment in the story of Final Fantasy VII. But while she may have died in the game, Aerith endures through fan fiction, fan art, and, of course, cosplay.
Once I became a cosplayer, which I was about 20 years old when I actually started, I said, she's a bucket list. I have to do her, but if I do it, I have to do it at least correct or as what I feel is good for me, good enough for me.
She's probably the character in Final Fantasy VII that I see myself the most in. So I knew that as soon as I'd finished the game that I wanted to cosplay her, not just to sort of show my appreciation towards a game I really enjoyed, but also just because I love the character so much. And since then, the Final Fantasy VII community has become such a massive part of my life. So I feel like it's made the cosplay really special to me.
The fantastic creations of Final Fantasy fans are just one part of Aerith's story though. If you were ever a school kid during the days of the original PlayStation, then you'll almost certainly know that there was a much bigger mystery around Aerith's death than just how to create a worthy epitaph. The persistent playground rumours about a secret method to bring her back from the dead.
I remember when I was in school, elementary school, because I had one of my best friends used to play and he said, my brother told me there's a way you might be able to bring her back. And I remember one of the things he said that stuck with me that I remember trying and obviously didn't work was you had to have the max amount of Phoenix Down saved up in your inventory, but that's not all. After her death, immediately you had to hit start button or get to the next save point, hit start, then you hit L1, R1 circle, and then you would get title sequence. And it was like, here she is, she's just magically on your team, like she would just plop. I tried that and obviously it never worked.
Chances are, the rumour you've just heard isn't the one you learned about from your school friend or an internet message board. You may have heard that Tifa will sacrifice herself to save Aerith if you max out the right relationship stat, or perhaps that unlocking Aerith's final limit break before her encounter with Sephiroth will prevent her from dying. Or maybe you heard the one about returning to the Forgotten City and using underwater materia to dive into the lake where Aerith was laid to rest, where you can then use a fully upgraded cure materia to revive her. All these claims were different, but in the end, they were all the same. Bogus. False. Untrue. There is no way to save Aerith. That's not to say that there wasn't something strange going on though. Players who revisited the church in the Sector 5 slums would sometimes catch a brief glimpse of Aerith. Was it a glitch, or was it a ghost? After 2 decades of speculation, a video uploaded in 2019 claimed to have worked it all out. According to Oddheader, a YouTuber specialised in video game mysteries, there was actually a grain of truth in one of the long-standing rumours. To resurrect Aerith, he explained, you have to collect 3 items: the Earth Harp, the Desert Rose, and the Guidebook, and then fight all opponents at the Gold Saucer's 3D battle arena, including a secret invisible 5th enemy. Then you have to give the 3 items to the Old Man in Calm, and then head to the Ghost of Aerith in the church. Then you have to switch your controller port and finally hit L1, R1 and circle together. That is the secret to resurrecting Aerith.
When I put that video up, suddenly it exploded. Like it went to 1 million like really quick. On that first day, I got some anxiety about it because I figured it was going to go mostly out to my audience, and instead it went out, it went viral. There was people upset, there's definitely people upset.
Why were people upset? Well, the date the video premiered is a vital part of the story. April 1st. The whole thing was an April Fool's joke.
Honestly, the whole video was actually based on a comic that I got. I get submissions all the time and they're fake and silly things, but that was the first one where I looked at that and I was like, well, maybe there is a glitch. I haven't heard of that. And then of course, to find out that it was false, I was like, well, I believed it, so I think I can convince enough people that that it's true then.
The comment, posted on a previous Oddheader video about Final Fantasy VII Mysteries, theorized that giving the Earth Harp, Desert Rose, and Guidebook to the Old Man in Calm would revive Aerith's glitch ghost in the church. It was another false rumor, of course, but Oddheader saw an opportunity to blend that myth with plenty of truth to create a video that wasn't just a prank, but something based on genuinely interesting trivia.
I mixed a lot of legitimate discoveries with fake discoveries, so it was also an excuse to cover a lot of things that I had been wanting to cover, but it really wouldn't fit in a video otherwise. Like, for instance, I make a big deal about all the extra cross-dressing dialogue that was data mined from the game, which was found decades later. There's also the hidden opponent that could be found in the 3D battler. Like, if you were to beat all 4 opponents, you get a 5th invisible opponent that always kills you immediately. That's real. And I thought that was so cool.
Fascinatingly, the weirdest part of Oddheader's video is actually rooted in fact. In his faked footage of the resurrection, the music distorts and visuals warp as Aerith says to Cloud, "Silly, didn't anyone tell you? This is Hades." It's a line taken directly from Final Fantasy VII, albeit from a scene players were never meant to see.
It was largely based on another discovery where if you hacked into a debug room, you could talk to her and she had special dialogue and there was a number of options. And one of the options I think was like, what is this place? Something along those lines. And then she's like, oh, don't you know? This is Hades. That line, this is Hades, that kind of became a little bit of a meme on the channel. So it was definitely like, what if that line was supposed to be in the game? Because it would make sense that lines that you would find in the debug room were actually intended to be in the game.
Of course, for every truth in Oddheader's video, there's a lie.
I full-on faked a magazine quote, like she showed the magazine. Like, I feel bad, like I quoted all these fake quotes and attributed them to people. I'm like, I hope they didn't get mad for like finding out that I faked all this stuff.
Then there's the fake Square employee who tipped Oddheader off about the L1 R1 circle code. Anyone suspicious enough to run a quick Google would have found that their name, Honto Janai, translates to not really in English. But it wasn't just emails and magazine evidence that needed to be faked. To create a video, Oddheader needed gameplay footage of the resurrection in action.
I have a lot of people coming to me like, can I get that mod? I want to use it in my video. You know, a lot of the Final Fantasy community actually, and that was all basically animation. Aerith being there in the scene, she's basically cropped in from another scene, so half of the image is cropped. I had to download the font face, and I literally had to crop each character out of that font face and manually position them into place on the dialogue box, and then frame by frame I animate the text like like writing in and everything. It was literally done frame by frame. It took me weeks. The audio kind of like time warps or time stretches, even doing those sound effects and stuff, I was like, I know the PlayStation can't really do this, like on the fly in real time, manipulate the audio like that. But that was the fun of the mystery. Like, what if Aerith, you revived her and suddenly she's making your console doing things that you wouldn't expect? So it was definitely inspired largely by the idea of creepypastas.
The video went live on April 1st, 2019, and quickly became one of Oddheader's most watched and most disliked videos of all time. While many instantly realized the joke and enjoyed the fun, plenty of others were caught up in the hoax.
I remember when the video went up, and I felt kind of bad about it, a journalist, a reporter for Vice, tweeted it out. And he was like, and he tagged me, he's like, you did it. He's like, all these years, I can't believe it. And then immediately all these people replied, they're like, check the date of the video, dude. And what's so funny to me, I thought it was a dead giveaway when Aerith at the end says, let's roll, homie.
Today, the video has over 2 million views and continues to fool people. That doesn't bother Oddheader though.
That's part of the fun of video games, is we love to make up little secrets and stuff, and some of them turn out to be true, and that's really exciting. This just happens to be a dud. If you're truly a fan of the game, this should not be unfamiliar territory. I mean, the legend of reviving Aerith has been, you know, since the game has come out. I think literally since the game came out, people are making that legend up.
In its own way, the legend keeps Aerith alive. But while it seems like the book is well and truly closed on any hidden in-game method of saving Aerith, there is some truth in the idea that a glitch could be the secret to defying death. In 2013, speedrunner NeoHeart uploaded a video to his YouTube channel revealing a wild discovery in the PC version of Final Fantasy VII. He'd found that the cutscene in which you recruit Yuffie is somehow connected to your previous game over state. That connection can be exploited to warp from the Yuffie encounter back to the battle you failed. And that could be almost any battle, even a boss fight from the very end of the game. The potential for speedrunning was obvious, but players soon realized that this Yuffie warping glitch could be used to skip the Forgotten City and prevent Aerith's death. But the result of this glitch is purely mechanical. It keeps Aerith in the party, and she can be leveled up and made a vital part of your battle strategy, but she's nothing more than a voiceless warrior. She's not in any cutscenes and has no role in the story. She is soulless. To truly give Aerith life after death, her story had to be rewritten. The code and script of the game needed to be changed to allow you to save her life and fight alongside her to protect the planet. And that's exactly what happened.
Destiny's Crossroads.
New Threat is an ambitious overhaul for the PC version of Final Fantasy VII. It's the work of a modder known as Sega Chief, and has a completely refreshed approach to battles, bosses, character progression, and artificial intelligence.
I think what I really want to do is just surprise people and just keep them interesting, to add little things in and maybe not document them, you know, just so that they can discover them on their own. That's how the aerith thing came about originally, because I was just working on the combat. I didn't really have any intention of doing anything story-wise.
What started as a mod to remix the game's combat became increasingly more advanced and complex. The game was split into two pathways, Type A and Type B, with Type B featuring significant changes to not just the game's mechanics, but to its story too. Near enough every boss is different from those in the original game. There are brand new conversations, events play out in different ways. Even the famous Wall Market cross-dressing scenario is replaced with a challenging multi-phase battle in Don Corneo's dungeon. But the change New Threat is most famous for is the one that finally makes the rumours true. You can save Aerith.
So originally I just went with that kind of old joke, the Phoenix Down. Bit of an eye roller, but it was usually quite funny on streams because people in chat would say that beforehand. You know, it's just use the Phoenix Down. But later on I decided to try and make it a bit more seamless, you know, just trying to incorporate it into the gameplay mechanics a bit more. So I scripted the boss AI to have Aerith in that fight, and there's a revive used, and then she kind of fights against the player. And if the player is able to knock out the boss without taking out Aerith as well, then it goes this alternate route where you keep Aerith around. I just figured it would be nice to have the gameplay mechanic do it rather than have like a dialogue option or something, or some other requirement that you have to go do a fetch quest or something. I just wanted it to be a bit more interesting.
But working out how to implement Aerith's resurrection was just the start. Aerith was now alive for the rest of the game. That's hours and hours of story. That meant Sega Chief had to rewrite the script to acknowledge her survival.
I try to keep the footprint of it as little as possible. Scenes where all the characters appear, you just add a copy in and repurpose the dialogue, the animations, and then you're good to go. But there was a scene towards the end of Disc 2, which I knew was going to be problematic. I think it was Cosmo Canyon when they start talking about Aerith and what she was maybe doing before she passed away. I think that was the big problem, because you can't have that when she's standing there. I think one of the best ways of getting out of a plot hole is to revisit stuff that's gone before and look for something that you can use. And I think one of the things was she wasn't sure what she was going there for and things like that, so there's a bit of ambiguity. So I was able to use that and repurpose that into the scene, and that seemed to work out.
Not long after the sequence in the Forgotten City, Cloud discovers the home of Professor Gast, Aerith's biological father. With Aerith now alive for this moment, Sega Chief had to carefully rescript the scenario in order to strike the right tone.
Scenes like that I find a bit more awkward, because you have to be careful about how you handle it, because you can get a bit too melodramatic, so I try and find a balancing act if I can, or just try and not go to one extreme, try and make it too lighthearted, or try and make it too melodramatic, and try and find that kind of middle ground.
It was also important to keep Aerith's sense of adventure alive, and so not everything could be focused on her very important relationship with the planet and plot. You get to see her go a little wild during the Seas of Junon when she beats Scarlet over the head with a chair, a fun reference to the Final Fantasy VII Remake. But the best example of New Threat's approach to writing can be found during the flashback to Zack's death.
Basically, I needed to find a place to put each character's limit breaks, so it always starts usually from a gameplay kind of thing. I also was working on a request that people wanted Aerith to be a bit more involved in the story past Disc 1, so I was looking for opportunities to do that. At Cloud's scene where he's talking about Zack, and that's when it kind of clicked that maybe that's a good place for that to be placed.
With Aerith now in the party, this sequence is not just Cloud putting together the last pieces of his fractured memory, but also Aerith finally discovering the tragic fate of her boyfriend. As the two reflect on the loss of Zack, their final limit breaks are unlocked. It's a poignant way to conclude their personal stories.
When you get to the scene that zooms up, I figured if it could zoom back down and have the two of them there instead of blacking out like it usually does and going back to the genre basement, that could be a nice way to round that out, get a scene there and then add on the limit breaks there. It just seemed like a neat solution, so I just went with it.
Thanks to New Threat, Aerith finally gets to ride the high wind and embrace her love of adventure. But despite the mod's popularity and success, Sega Chief occasionally wonders if bringing Aerith back from the dead was the right call.
Sometimes I regret adding the feature in. You never say it's an objective improvement, really. What I've learned over the years is that people have different expectations of what they want out of it. Some people are replaying it to enjoy the story again. Other people are looking for something new and interesting, or they've heard about that feature and they want to experience it, things like that. So you have to kind of keep all that in mind when you're making things like this. But I think for the remake, they have to kind of maybe be careful about doing things like that, or they'll get quite a bit of backlash.
Somewhat similar to New Threat, the ongoing official Final Fantasy VII Remake series is a complete reimagining of the original game. Dealing with themes of fate and destiny, the rewritten events see Cloud and Aerith choose a very different path. So far, that has already resulted in Zack surviving his encounter with the Shinra guards who killed him in the original game. And so it stands to reason that the upcoming second game in the trilogy, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, could go anywhere, including avoiding Aerith's death. Just the possibility of that is already both exciting and controversial.
As much as I love her, and same with Zack, like I love Zack, and seeing him come back was, oh my gosh, but at the same time, both of their deaths were so monumental and had such a huge impact on the series that I don't know if I want them to go that route. As much as I'd love to see them alive, it's too much. Like everything that happened was meant to happen and obviously changed many of our lives and many of our gaming experiences. The fact that so many people talk about Aerith's death, have it up there in the list as one of the most monumental deaths in a video game, that speaks volumes.
I think it will go ahead, but maybe not in the same place. They have successfully made it so that you're not quite sure what's going to happen next. But I think that things will play out more or less the same.
It would definitely be a game changer. I mean, I would have to go make another April Fool's video that that shows that you can still kill her, I guess.
Regardless of the remake's eventual path, one of its enduring legacies will have been providing many, many more hours for players to get to know and appreciate one of Final Fantasy's most iconic and important characters.
I think a lot of people do remember her from her death scene in the original game, and because of that there's always this kind of sadness when people talk about Aerith. They kind of don't talk about how she is in the game, but they talk about like how they felt when she died. What I really love about especially the remake is that a lot more people are experiencing her as I feel like she was intended to be. So you're reminded that she isn't just this sort of somber character that goes and sacrifices herself in the game. She's not just sort of headed towards this death sentence, but she's really full of life, and she just brings this really big sense of adventure to Final Fantasy VII.
Despite happening over 25 years ago, Aerith's death remains one of the most memorable and discussed moments in the history of video games. The emotional impact of her loss is revealing. Only a truly unforgettable character could be the starting point for one of gaming's most persistent urban myths, a legion of cosplaying fans, a hoax video with over 2 million views, and a painstakingly crafted mod that rewrites her story. Aerith may have died, but Aerith lives on thanks to the enduring love of the Final Fantasy VII community.
Street Fighter VI rightfully gets a lot of praise for its variety of game modes, characters, and mechanics, but the more time I spend with it, the more I realize how thought out the game's features really are, even down to the finer details. Just to be clear, some of these features have shown up in other fighting games before, but getting all of this in one package has us absolutely spoiled. These are the 18 things in Street Fighter VI you didn't know you wanted, but can't live without. Taking your custom character around Metro City or the Battle Hub's communal lobbies is a breeze for pad players, but if your controller of choice is an arcade stick, how can you turn the camera with only one lever? Turns out, holding down heavy punch lets you move the camera with the face buttons. So no more bouncing between controllers while you're looking for that next fight. Thankfully, Street Fighter VI makes it more fun than ever to kill time while searching for online opponents. Not only are you given the option to screen their connection quality before accepting, but you can passively enter the matchmaking pool while playing most of the other game modes. You can warm up in training mode, watch replays, try your hand at combo trials, or even let them interrupt arcade mode for a more retro experience. Speaking of online fights, it's no secret that Capcom finally modernized their netcode, but at the end of the day, nothing is going to fix a weak or unstable connection. Capcom understood this and tossed in the ability to hold down your start button to vote for a no contest end to an unholy connection. It would just be even cooler if my opponent actually voted with me once in a while. Also deserving of appreciation is the fact that this game has some of the snappiest rematching ever in a fighting game. The time between hearing KO and round 1 can be as short as 2 or 3 seconds if both players ready up fast enough, letting you get that salty run back immediately. It's a small touch in the grand scheme of things, but when you do rematch with your music choice set to random, you'll get a new tune every time a new match begins. In online matches, you and your opponent can even have your own separate preferences for music and stage backgrounds. So even though you're both seeing the same match play out, it can look and sound totally different on your end compared to theirs. Bye-bye endless training stage matches. Unless that's your thing, I guess. But let's say you've lost to a Honda player face rolling their controller for the 5th time in a row and you just want to find an answer to it already. After choosing quit on the results screen, you'll see a handy option to instantly go into training mode against the character you just played against. Now, this mode is where a lot of the golden nuggets are. Whatever fighting games might look like to you as an observer, they're actually extremely intricate and complex under the hood. Street Fighter VI goes to great lengths to make sure you can learn how to play this game without ever needing to load up a YouTube tutorial to get your bearings. If you open up the training mode pause menu, there's a whole page with preset drills to help you practice anti-airing, whiff punishing, escaping throws, and dealing with the universal scrub buster move, Drive Impact. These training regimens use a returning feature from Street Fighter V, recording slots. Most fighting games let you record the training dummy's inputs and play them back, but Street Fighter gives you up to 8 slots, which play in a random order, and you can even enable and disable them as you please. There's even another page dedicated to reversal options, so you can practice against players who like to mash their way through every block, string, knockdown, or hit. Training mode also brings in some innovative visualizers that help take out the guesswork of exploring the roster. Under screen display settings, you've got options that show you everything from total combo damage to damage scaling, and even an indicator for cancel timing that lets you find your best hit confirm buttons. Maybe best of all is the new frame data visualizer that makes every aspect of every move super intuitive to understand. If you learn by seeing better than by reading, this is a can't-miss tool. The only drawback to having all these options is that it makes the training menu a little cumbersome to navigate. Capcom even thought of that too, so they let you jump straight to the basic settings tab just by hitting both bumpers simultaneously. But training mode is far from the only way to learn while playing Street Fighter. As any seasoned fighting game player can tell you, one of the most meaningful ways to improve is to watch replays, here found through the multi-menu's CFN option. Street Fighter 6 automatically keeps a log of your last 50 online matches, last 50 local matches, and even lets you easily track down other players' matches based on character, rank, region, control type, game mode, platform, and upload date. It's insanely robust and promises that you'll never be without a fight that's interesting for you to watch. So when you're playing back one of these battles, it's easy to pause, go slow-mo, frame step, fast forward, rewind, and quickly skip to a specific round, but the real magic is combining those playback controls with the frame data, input, and attack data displays. The frame data display is particularly useful for showing the hit and block advantage of every move as they happen. So if you've ever wondered if that insane sequence you saw had a punishable window or not, this is the absolute best way to find out. Plus, these displays also work if you're spectating at a cabinet while waiting for your turn, so you can learn in real time before taking on the winner. With all this new knowledge downloaded, you might want to practice what you've learned in a low-stakes casual environment like a custom room. These are perfect for getting friends and strangers together and having multiple matches playing simultaneously, including the always chaotic Extreme Battle Mode. If you create your own custom room, you can dedicate any of these battle slots to an online training mode, perfect for sharing tech or developing it together with another player. And I also expect that custom rooms will be a logistical godsend for those who run online tournaments. Nice. Looking to the future of Street Fighter 6, you'll also be able to rent DLC characters for 1 hour before you choose to buy them or not. This game uses a fighting pass which lets you earn character rentals without having to spend a dime. All you need to do is earn kudos through regular gameplay, and you'll be able to take any character you don't own for a test drive. While we're on the fighting pass, if the first one Capcom's released is a model for what we can expect for the future, it might actually be well worth the price of admission. Like most battle passes you've seen in other games, Street Fighter 6 features a paid premium track that gets you extra goodies. It costs 250 fighter coins, or about $5 US to gain access, but if you look beyond level 20, you'll notice you actually earn fighter coins back. Total them all up, and you can essentially get an exact refund of the 250 coins you spent, only now you've got some additional cosmetics for your avatar, new music tracks to play, and even some retro Capcom arcade classics permanently unlocked for you to play anytime you care to. Assuming future fighting passes keep the same 250 coin price tag, you can buy into a premium pass once and always have enough to get the next premium one so long as you continue leveling up enough to earn those coins back. Understandably though, not everyone is interested in opening up their wallets for a game they already bought. So consider this one of the features we're not exactly jumping out of our seats for, but we appreciate anyway. If you tab over from the Fighting Pass to the Challenges tab, you may occasionally notice a way to earn drive tickets. Drive tickets are a free-to-earn currency that you can redeem for some but not all of the same things fighter coins can be spent on. You're not going to be able to get costumes or a premium Fighting Pass out of them, but drive tickets can still be turned into extra character colors, gear and emotes for your avatar, and chat stickers. You know, if you don't have anything better to spend your tickets on, which would be literally anything else. Is it a major convenience? No, but still, having ways to unlock cosmetics for free is better than none at all. Even nicer is that you can earn drive tickets whether you prefer playing online or by yourself, so all types of players have ways they can save up. So those are the features that we've been appreciating the most so far, but what quality of life additions, big or small, have you been enjoying the most? And which ones do you still want to see? Let us know in the comments.
this is Bo Moore with IGN. I am here at PlayStation headquarters in San Mateo, California for a top secret demo. I cannot actually even tell you about it until we are in the room, so let's go check it out. Sony has a storied, if a bit neglected history with handheld gaming. The PlayStation Portable launched in 2005 back in the PS3 era, bringing with it funky UMD cartridges and what were, at the time, some of the best graphics seen in a handheld gaming device.
As revolutionary as PlayStation, but in different ways.
Its follow-up, the PS Vita, launched in 2011.
Thank you.
It was beloved by its hardcore fans, but never really got the developer support that it needed in order to carve out a meaningful hold in the handheld market.
It's Ridge Racer! Ridge Racer!
But now we're getting a new PSP. Sort of. The PlayStation Portal handheld. The Portal is a $200 handheld device that puts PS5 games in the palm of your hand, as long as you're on Wi-Fi. Previously known as Project Q, Portal uses the PS5's Remote Play feature to stream games from your console. Importantly, the Portal also offers all of the features and ergonomics of the PS5's excellent DualSense controller, including haptic feedback, adaptive triggers, and its touchpad. To be clear here, Portal isn't really doing anything inherently new. Remote Play has existed since the PS3 era, allowing you to stream games from your console to a handheld or smartphones, tablets, PCs, and Macs. That said, Remote Play has never really been an ideal experience. You're either compromising on visual quality, control setup, ergonomics, or some combination of the above. You can make it work, but it's not super convenient. So the goal of PlayStation Portal is to eliminate all of those pain points and make Remote Play as easy as just picking it up and playing. The Portal can do something that other Remote Play devices can't, which is wake up your PS5 just by turning it on, so it's ready to go. Its design essentially takes a standard DualSense controller, chops it in half, and then slaps those two controller grips to the side of an 8-inch 1080p LCD display. It's definitely a little weird when you're used to the more singular-looking designs of current handhelds like the Nintendo Switch and Valve Steam Deck, but it's also lighter than either of those while still giving you both a large screen and full-size controls. The DualSense grips feel exactly like a regular DualSense controller, and all of their best features are available here. Trying it out with Astro's Playroom, I could feel the haptic showcase just as well as when I experienced it on a DualSense, and the Portal's adaptive triggers simulate the pull of Aloy's bow in Horizon Forbidden West in exactly the same way. Even the DualSense's touchpad is available, though instead of the single center pad, there are two touch areas that pop up in the bottom left and right of the display where you touch it. There's a USB-C port for charging, a 3.5mm jack for wired headphones, and a small pair of speaker grills if you don't want to use headphones. Connectivity-wise, it supports Wi-Fi and PlayStation Link, more on that in a minute, but it does not have Bluetooth. On the visual quality front, the PlayStation Portal delivers. The 8-inch 60Hz LCD display succeeds at translating PS5 quality visuals into a handheld format. Colors looked bright and vibrant, though Sony hasn't given me any brightness, color gamut, or HDR specs beyond that it's just an LCD panel. And the 1080p resolution offers a nice pixel density for the screen size. Now, does it look as good as playing on a 65-inch OLED TV? Of course not. But as far as handhelds go, the 8-inch screen feels expansive. The video, of course, is being streamed from your PS5 rather than run locally on the device. And the proverbial sword of Damocles hanging over all game streaming devices is always latency. That is, the slight delay between when you push a button and when the action on the screen responds. During my demo, I didn't experience any noticeable latency. Of course, this was a private demo under ideal conditions, so that experience could change depending on your personal Wi-Fi setup. You don't actually have to be in the same room or even on the same local network as your PS5 in order to stream your games. So long as both your home connection and the one at the location where you're playing are both strong, it will still work. Whether you're in the same room or on the other side of the world, your home PS5 is on and running your game, beaming it directly to you, as opposed to cloud gaming where the game you're playing is being run on some remote server. Of course, this means that you need a PS5 in order to use PlayStation Portal, but it also means that not only is your account and progress and trophies all there, but actually your actual PS5 home screen. You can swap between games or even run any other PS5 app, just as if you were playing directly on the TV. To be clear, the Portal doesn't run anything locally, not even basic apps. So if your Wi-Fi goes down, or if somebody else wants to use your PS5, it is not going to work. Remember, there is no Bluetooth available, so you won't be able to connect to wireless headphones that way, not even PlayStation's own Pulse 3D headset. It does have something called PlayStation Link, which is Sony's new connectivity standard for PlayStation devices, and which is built into some of its brand new hardware. I got to test out the new Pulse Elite headset and Pulse Explore wireless earbuds, which are currently the only announced headsets that use the new standard, but Sony did tell me that PlayStation Link will be available for third-party headset makers to use in their future products, but that'll be a ways off. It is a bit disappointing that we'll have to buy brand new headsets to use with the Portal, since that'll add to the cost. Battery life is another big question mark. The Portal's battery size hasn't yet been finalized, so Sony wasn't willing to make any estimations for how long you'll be able to play untethered. Without a power-hungry processor inside, you'd think that the Portal should have significantly more longevity than something like the Switch or the Steam Deck. On the other hand, the standard DualSense is known for its fleeting lifespan between charges, and that doesn't have a screen to power. We'll be sure to test that out once we have the finalized PlayStation Portal in for review later this year. Now, the last question I know a lot of people are wondering is, who exactly is this device for? It's $200 for a remote access window into your PS5. And at that price, honestly, I kinda get it. For the times when somebody else wants to use the TV, or maybe you have small kids in the home and you don't want to put God of War on the big screen, or maybe you just want to be able to play in a different room without buying another full-on TV. In that scenario, the Portal offers a compelling use case. And while it's not quite as portable for on-the-go gaming as a Switch or a Steam Deck, it's less expensive, and it does let you keep playing your PS5 while out of the house, so long as your destination has decent internet. You just probably shouldn't count on hotel Wi-Fi being strong enough to handle the connection. Let us know what you think about the PlayStation Portal. Is it something you could see yourself buying for $200? Or are you happy to stick with pairing a DualSense to your phone when you're out of arm's reach of your PS5? That's it for now. For more, check out our history of how PlayStation changed modern gaming, and our list of the top 10 PSP games. Plus, stay tuned for all of our Gamescom coverage, and for everything else, stick with IGN.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the latest addition to the PlayStation family. Thank you.
It's a thrill when we get to say this about a new piece of gaming hardware. The PlayStation VR2 is a true generational leap that makes the old one look like a piece of junk. It's not exactly cheap, but for $549.99, you get a high-end headset with a 4K HDR-enabled OLED screen, a 110-degree field of view, built-in tracking cameras and eye tracking, plus 2 of its slick Sense controllers with the excellent adaptive triggers and haptic feedback Sony introduced with the PlayStation 5's DualSense controller. The catch is that it requires you to be connected to a PS5 by a single USB cable, but that means it's much more powerful when it comes to delivering fantastic graphics than a self-contained headset like the Meta Quest 2. With all of that, including a few features you don't see on even more expensive PC VR sets like Valve's Index and HP's Reverb G2, the PlayStation VR2 has vaulted console VR into the lead in just about every category except available games.
It's headed towards us.
The PlayStation VR2 is an immediate improvement over its predecessor in every way, but the physical design is actually pretty similar.
Like its forebearer, it's got a clean black and white look that matches your PS5, and it's built around an adjustable head strap that's separated from the VR display itself, which does a great job of comfortably accommodating a wide range of head shapes and lets the weight of the screen rest on the top of your head rather than on your face. The one-stop adjustment mechanism on the back of the head strap remains an excellent way to dial in a perfect fit. It's nice to see the PSVR2 has a slider on the top left side of the lens casing to quickly adjust the headset's interpupillary distance, or IPD, and it's especially neat that the internal camera quickly measures the distance between your eyes during setup. Other than that, Sony has kept the headset itself simple, with just 2 buttons at the bottom of the display. The center button turns the headset on and off, and the other instantly activates pass-through mode, letting you see the real world around you in black and white without taking off the headset. It's slightly disappointing there are no physical buttons to adjust the volume. Compared to the original PSVR, setup is a breeze. The PSVR2 has a single USB-C cable you plug into your PS5 and you're done. After that, you'll need to install a firmware update and then quickly calibrate your controllers, eye tracking, and lens spacing, and the 4 tracking cameras will capture a scan of your room. It is extremely cool to see it accurately map out the geometry of a room and everything in it, including furniture, pets, even leftovers on your coffee table. Clean up your coffee table. Once you carve out a play area, the PSVR2's guardian walls rise out of the ground, clearly marking which parts of your room are safe to walk around in. If you've only ever used the PSVR's Move controllers, the moment you grab onto the included pair of Sense controllers is a revelation. The layout of their clicky face buttons and analog sticks will feel familiar to anyone who has played room scale VR in the last several years, but they step things up with the addition of haptic feedback and adaptive triggers. The analog sticks are half the size of the DualSenses, but remain tactile, allowing almost the same degree of precision as a D-pad when playing a game of Tetris Effect Connected, which notoriously difficult to play on Quest 2's default touch controllers. As we see in games like Horizon Call of the Mountain and Star Wars Tales from the Galaxy's Edge, you can feel the power of a virtual weapon through the resistance of the adaptive triggers, like when you're shooting a blaster or drawing a bowstring. Haptic feedback improves this effect by simulating certain forces, textures, and noises through subtle vibrations, but it also makes its way into enhancing calmer and more subtle interactions, such as the flow of water on your kayak paddle in Kayak VR. Each button features capacitive touch that can tell if your fingers are on it or not, which allows you to make reasonably accurate gestures with your hands. It's not quite as sophisticated as the finger tracking on the Valve Index controllers though, so you're limited to specific gestures like giving a thumbs up or pointing with your finger. Just like the DualSense, battery life is a concern here. With all that vibrating and resisting, a full charge only lasts around 4 to 5 hours. That's a long time for a session of VR gaming, but the fact that you can't swap out batteries for a fresh pair means you might get cut short if you forget to plug them in. Likewise, the Sense controller's ring design may take some getting used to. It can be difficult to figure out where your hands are supposed to go by touch, but they're comfortable to hold once you get a grip. In contrast to the OLED panel included in the original PSVR, the PSVR2's 4K HDR OLED panel offers richer colors up to a 120 Hz refresh rate, making even less visually detailed games come to life. The screen door effect was never an issue on the PSVR, and it isn't here either, but with proper IPD calibration, you can now tactically eliminate glare as well. The fact you're encompassed by 110 degrees of scenery at all times makes VR all the more lifelike. That's 10 degrees wider than the original PSVR, and it's a significant difference in how much of the world around you can see. Still a bit like wearing a scuba mask, but it's a bigger, less claustrophobic scuba mask. The PSVR2's access to the PS5's graphical horsepower allows its games to have vast draw distances, much like their flat-screen counterparts, and there's no better demonstration of this than in Horizon Call of the Mountain. You can see fully simulated mechanical creatures running around across the map, contrasted against cascading waterfalls and picturesque mountaintops, reflecting light off into the distance. Similarly, Cities VR Enhanced Edition allows you to build urban sprawls that truly come alive from a distance. And now you can see all of it all at once. On top of that, PSVR2 has a fancy new trick called foveated rendering, which means its built-in IR camera tracks the movement of your eyes and uses that information to improve efficiency. Because it knows exactly what you're focused on, it can put all its processing power into making that area super detailed, while everything else can be dialed down to conserve resources. It's also neat that certain games can now allow you to select menu options with your eyes or toggle interactions just by glancing at a character. The only other headset available right now that can do this is the MetaQuest Pro, and that'll cost you $1,500. Another nice touch you don't see on other popular VR sets is built-in headset vibration, which adds a new layer of immersion to gameplay when implemented at the right moment. Roving dinosaurs in Jurassic World Aftermath and explosions in Star Wars Tales from the Galaxy's Edge both generate haptic vibrations that pulse through the headset, coinciding with the distance, position, and intensity of the sounds they produce. It can bring the cinematic details out of sound design in games that implement it skillfully, but it needs proper 3D audio to really work as intended, which means the disappointing packed-in earbuds don't cut it quite as well as something like Sony's own Pulse 3D wireless headphone. Unfortunately, you're out of luck if you're hoping any of this will work with your existing PSVR game catalog. Because of how big an improvement it is, PSVR2 represents a clean slate for PlayStation's entire VR library. So even if you've spent hundreds of dollars on PSVR games that made the list of PSVR2 games in the launch window, you have to buy them again. And considering that there just aren't a ton of new games announced yet, it might be a little while before the PSVR2 catches up to other platforms in terms of selection.
Hey, you need a drink? I need a drink. I need a couple drinks.
The PlayStation VR2 may seem pricey, given that it costs $150 more than the base PS5 Digital Edition console you'll need to use it. Even so, it's such a quantum leap over the original PSVR in terms of ease of use, visual quality, and immersion that any PlayStation owner who loves VR should upgrade as soon as possible. Its 4K, HDR, OLED screen, and excellently tactile sense controllers are the most obvious improvements, but plentiful quality of life changes and the raw horsepower of the PS5 set a new standard for how VR games should play and feel on console. Like any new platform, its thin launch lineup makes its lack of backward compatibility with original PSVR a significant problem, but one that will only improve as Sony and other developers roll out new games that take advantage of the PSVR2's unique features. For more, check out our review of the big launch game, Horizon Call of the Mountain, and for everything else, stick with IGN.
Hey everybody, it's September, and that means new video games are coming out, and a whole bunch of them. So let's quit horsing around and get right into it. Here are September 2023's biggest game releases. As always, a friendly reminder that we do our best to ensure the most accurate and current info in these videos, but last-minute announcements, delays, and human errors do sometimes occur, so if we up and, I don't know, leave one of the little platform graphics off the thing in the corner, kindly let us know in the comments instead of, like, screen grabbing it and posting it on Twitter as evidence that IGN is conspiring against your favorite console manufacturer.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Not that anyone would do that. Anyway, let's talk about video games. On September 1st, Bomb Rush Cyberpunk comes to PlayStation and Xbox after hitting PC and Switch last month. That is the 6th cel-shaded jet grind radio-like, but you probably surmise just that much from the B-roll. Unless you got the special editions that let you play a week early, Starfield drops on the 6th exclusively for Xbox Series and PC. If you're new here, that is a big-ass open-world / open solar system RPG from the people who did Fallout and Skyrim, and there's like 1,000 planets to explore, and you can build your own spaceship, and it's honestly exhausting just thinking about how big this game is. Meanwhile, PS5 players need not feel left out when it comes to overwhelmingly large role-playing games because Baldur's Gate 3 drops that very same day. That's already on PC, and it will be coming to Xbox Series X and S sometime later this year, and it's also coming to Mac OS. The best part though, if you're impatient to play it and it's not on your preferred platform, it does support cross-saves, so you can theoretically start the campaign on your friend's PC or PS5 and then continue your progress on your own Xbox or MacBook when that version is eventually out. But I say theoretically because based on some of our comments, it seems like some people are sworn enemies of anyone who would dare play video games on a different platform from them, which seems totally normal and totally healthy. As far as I'm concerned, maybe we should all just enjoy the games.
A day later, Switch players also get a big crunchy fantasy game with hard-to-read menu text when Dragoness Command of the Flame drops. That's a roguelite with turn-based combat and dungeon crawling and city building that's already on other platforms.
A day after that, Switch and PC get Fae Farm, which is a nice cozy game about little magical children doing manual labor and raising whimsical animals and probably growing organic strawberries that they can then sell for obscene prices at the local farmer's market. $7 a pint? Get the f out of here with these things. That's too expensive. That's too much. Also on September 8th, it's time for National Basketball Association 2024, or NBA 2K24 for short. There's a new feature in this one that'll convert actual footage of NBA games into gameplay, and I already made this joke in a different video, but I want somebody to put Airbud footage into this thing and see just how much it breaks the game. Ain't nothing in the end user license agreement that says a dog can't play basketball. On September 13th, Super Bomberman R2 comes to everything, and that takes the classic demolitions-based gameplay and injects it into Battle Royale party modes that can be played on or offline, plus a bunch of other modes, and according to the Steam page, it has, quote, the largest content volume in series history, which is probably the least exciting way to advertise a game about a cartoon character who blows stuff up. But hey, what do I know? On the 14th, Monster Hunter Now gives Capcom's self-explanatory series the Pokemon Go treatment, and you can walk around with your phone out looking for Rathalises and Narcocugas or whatever those things are called. That's on your phone. You have a phone, don't you? Also that day, Ad Infinitum comes to the new gen consoles and PC, and I'm not sure what I expected. What popped up when I googled this one made me say, what the f*** out loud. It is a survival horror game that takes place in or around World War I, and it looks utterly nightmarish, and I applaud the creature design department in particular. I will not play your scary game, but rest assured, it has already scared me. Good work, everybody. If you need something a little more chill, you might prefer the Crew Motorfest, which is Ubisoft's latest open-world racer, and it seems like a fun alternative to Forza Motorsport for any Forza Horizon fans annoyed to have to stay on the racetrack and do serious races instead of just zipping around running over palm trees and stuff. That's on everything that day too. Still on the 14th, Switch gets the HD remasters of Baten Kaitos 1 and 2, a couple of GameCube-era JRPGs developed by Monolith Soft, the studio more recently known for the Xenoblade Chronicles series. On the 18th, the digital adaptation of hit analog board game Gloomhaven comes to all the consoles as well, which was well received when it hit PC a few years back. On September 19th, the long-awaited Lies of P is out, and when I say long-awaited, I mean I've lost track of how many times I've described it as, quote, a Pinocchio-inspired Souls-like, or, quote, Bloodborne with puppets, but I'm still stoked to take this one for a spin. That is on all the non-Switch consoles. Soulsborns aren't really for everybody, but if you're curious, it is thankfully not only coming to Game Pass, but there is a free demo for all platforms, which means you can try it out. No strings attached! Puppets!
There are no strings on me.
Still that day is Mortal Kombat 1, the somewhat rebooted take on the fighter that probably would have just been called Mortal Kombat if they hadn't used that title for the last time it got somewhat rebooted back in 2010. For the most part, I love the character designs in this one, but I have mixed feelings about Scorpion and Sub-Zero not wearing full ninja masks. They have beautiful hair, but is that what I want? At least we got Sonya Blade dressed like a 1980s aerobics instructor again. That's on New Gen and Switch. On the 20th, Witchfire enters early access on PC. That is a very gnarly looking FPS that sort of looks like equal parts Doom 2016, Bioshock, and Bloodborne, and it also kind of reminds me of that old cowboy vampire shooter Darkwatch, and for whatever reason, a little bit of 3D Realms' forgotten FPS Blood, which was basically Southern Gothic Duke Nukem 3D. Anyway, Witchfire looks sick. September 21st is officially Payday. I mean, it's the release date for Payday 3. You probably want to check your actual pay schedule with HR or whatever. That's coming to new gen consoles and PC. And this long-awaited third installment of the hit co-op bank heist simulator has some pretty big shoes to fill, considering how beloved Payday 2 has been since it was released a decade ago and how much it loved players back with add-ons and DLC and updates post-launch. So let's hope this one sticks the landing and then continues the fun after the fact. September 21st is also Doomsday, as in it's the release date for Days of Doom on everything. That is a post-apocalyptic tactical roguelite with a cool cartoony art style. Still that day, and also on everything, is Rin, the Last Child, which is a magical Metroidvania that'll either really appeal to or really piss off fans of Ori and the Blind Forest. Also on that day is Hellsweeper VR, a first-person virtual reality hack and slash where you fight a bunch of demons and stuff in hell. Part of me was hoping that you'd actually be sweeping up, like with brooms and stuff. Maybe it's some Sisyphean chore you have to do in the afterlife, or it's just your day job and you just happen to work in a sort of weird place. But nope, you fight demons, which is cool, but I don't know, people really like Power Wash Simulator. Maybe they'd be into a VR game where you have to Swiffer Satan's dirty little entryway. Before you think too hard about what I just said, be aware this is coming to PC VR, PlayStation VR2, and Meta Quest 2. On September 22nd, you can grab Pikmin 1 and 2 on Switch, either as $50 for a bundle or $30 a piece, and no, they're not complete overhauls or anything fancy like that, which probably has a few crackpot Nintendo fans sending angry emails to Reggie Fils-Aimé, even though he does not work there anymore. Leave that guy alone, he's just trying to write books and stuff. After quite some time in early access, My Time at Sandrock is finally getting its official 1.0 launch on September 26th, and also coming to consoles, specifically Switch, PS5, and the Xboxes. It looks like a PS4 version is in the works, but it's not ready quite yet. Also on the 26th, Paleo Pines. It sounds like an absolutely disgusting low-carb snack, but it's actually an adorable life sim in a similar vein to Sandrock, but the difference is this one's got dinosaurs, which is pretty fun. That's coming to everything. Man, 2 cute life sim games dropping the same day? That could have been planned better. Well, at least there's no Harvest Moon game coming out that day as well. Haha, yes there is. Still on the 26th, Harvest Moon Winds of Anthos is the latest entry in the long-running series, and when you're done hoeing the fields, you can hoe around elsewhere with 5 different bachelors and 5 different bachelorettes, and for the first time ever, same-sex marriage. If that kind of inclusion offends you, please, by all means, go off. It makes you sound like a total badass when you get mad about the pretend farming game in the internet comments. That's on everything. Because that isn't enough quaint, chill, little cute games in one day, there's also Minako's Night Market, which according to the official site is about crafting crafts, eating eats, and catting cats. Thankfully, one of the games dropping on September 26th is not a cutesy cozy little affair, though I guess it is a life simulator in some regard, and that is Cyberpunk 2077's Phantom Liberty DLC, which will see you venturing into the depths of Dogtown, which is a walled-off section of Night City where anything goes and the law has no jurisdiction, and V has to go in and do some cool spy. So basically, it's somewhere between the New York that Snake Plissken escapes from, the Peachtree's complex from Dread, the Pit from Johnny Mnemonic, where all the low-techs hang out, or the Kowloon walled city from real life. Did I just get excited about Cyberpunk again? Anyway, that's coming to everything that Cyberpunk 2077 came to originally, except for Stadia. Sorry, Stadia. On the 28th, Disney Speedstorm comes out of early access with a full official release, and this is the free-to-play Mario Kart-like from the folks behind the Animal Crossing-like Disney Dreamlight Valley. The latter was received fairly well, but it sounds like Speedstorm kind of collapsed under the weight of its own microtransactions. IGN gave the early access version a 5 out of 10 way back in April, so hopefully some changes have been implemented since then, and if not, at least it's free. That's on everything. September 29th is Cocoon, a puzzle adventure by former Playdead devs who worked on Limbo and Inside. It involves the brain-breaking mechanic of having you hopping in and out of worlds that are contained inside orbs, which you can carry around on your back. You can ponder some orbs on all the consoles and PC. And finally, on a shameful note, a game that I mistakenly said was out on the 29th of August, last month is actually out on the 29th of September, EA Sports FC 24, the unofficial successor to the FIFA series that is likely the exact same quality of game that you've come to expect based on the last literally 30 years of annualized releases, but it probably cost millions of dollars less to make this one because they didn't have to grease the palms of the International Football Association to use their stupid sounding acronym on the box. And really, it sounds like the Switch version is going to be an all-new version running in the Frostbite engine rather than a reskin of a downgraded port of the 2019 last-gen version like the last few years of FIFA have been. Anyway, that is the most that I've talked about sports seriously in my entire life, and I think I need to hit the showers, coach. We'll be back next month for probably the longest one of these damn videos we do all year, unless November is actually longer. We're going to do a breakdown of the absolute avalanche of new games that are coming out in October, and frankly, there's too many. See you then.
Miles, I need your help! What is this stuff? Wait, Pete! I got an idea! Nice! One more time! On 3! 1, 2, 3!
PlayStation.
He's mine. You sure? He's got big teeth.
So do I. Insomniac finally revealed the first gameplay for Spider-Man 2. In over a 10-minute long trailer, they showed off several new gameplay changes coming to the game, as well as some new important plot details. So, without further ado, let's swing into all the big new details we learned from the latest Spider-Man 2 trailer. Right off the bat, Insomniac confirmed that Peter Parker will get the symbiote suit. While we'll get to his new powers in a bit, this turn of events poses some interesting questions, especially when taking into account the ending of the first Spider-Man game. After the credits of Marvel's Spider-Man, it's revealed that Harry Osborn, Peter Parker's best friend, is ill and fused with the Venom symbiote. He's last seen floating in a green tank, covered in the symbiote, while his father, Norman Osborn aka Green Goblin, promised to find a way to cure him.
I will find a cure.
Naturally, this suggests it's Harry Osborn, not Eddie Brock, who is the Venom that Peter Parker and Miles Morales face off against in the first Spider-Man 2 trailer. And at some point, Peter potentially takes the symbiote from Harry. This could be why Harry's life is in danger during the trailer, and why Peter and Miles must rescue Kurt Connors, aka Lizard, to save a weakened Osborn. Peter's symbiote suit means he'll likely get some new powers, which are on full display in the new trailer. While facing off against Kraven's henchmen, Spider-Man is able to extend his reach and smash enemies against the wall using the symbiote.
Spider-Man! This whole lizard hunt ends now!
He's also able to use the symbiote to turn them into multiple tentacles, to barrel them into enemies. At one point, those tentacles can also be used to shield Peter from attacks and parry enemy blows to send them flying backwards. And lastly, he's able to use his new arms to grab multiple enemies at once and slam them all into the ground. Kraven the Hunter's backstory is revealed in the new Spider-Man 2 trailer, and it's not so different from his comic book origin story. A wealthy, wild game hunter, this version of Kraven seems to already hunt people for sport.
I asked for an equal. And this is what you find.
But having grown bored of his existing prey, his men suggest Kraven go to Manhattan, where he can hunt not only Spider-Man, but several of New York's superhumans.
Perhaps a new hunting ground.
Again, not so different from how he's portrayed in the comics, but sometimes if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Speaking of New York City's prey, it seems like Spider-Man isn't the only one Kraven is looking to hunt. When shown a list of possible targets in Manhattan, Kraven's men include Black Cat, Prowler, Wraith, Tombstone, Taskmaster, and Miles Morales. Later in the trailer, it's also shown that Kraven is hunting Kurt Connors, aka Lizard. Rather than just hunting Spider-Man, it looks like Kraven is hunting every superpowered being, whether or not they're Peter Parker's allies or enemies.
Light the fires. The great hunt begins.
Would Marvel's Spider-Man 2 star Peter Parker, just like in the original game, or would it resume the adventures of Miles Morales? The answer is both. Insomniac confirmed that while there won't be any co-op components, players will be able to switch between Peter Parker and Miles Morales during certain segments of the game. In the instance that was shown in the gameplay trailer, Peter Parker realizes he's too far away to help Lizard escape Kraven's men.
Lizard's across the river. I'm not gonna make it in time.
But Miles isn't, and it's here players can switch to Miles and head to the dock before Peter can get there. This also raises some interesting story possibilities. We'll dive into that in a bit. Speaking of teaming up with Miles Morales, it looks like he'll also be getting some new abilities in Spider-Man 2. Along with an upgraded suit with wings that lets him glide across New York, and Insomniac confirmed that both Spider-Men will have wingsuits, he seems to have mastered some new abilities with his Venom Blast.
Judging by the 3 tons of dead fish, not well.
Once in a warehouse, Miles shows off some new stealth abilities too, including being able to spin a line that he can tightrope across to sneak up on enemies.
Look at those fish. It's been feeding.
Never saw it coming.
New York City will be a little bigger this time around, as Queens gets added onto one of the new boroughs that will be explorable in the game. In the past, only Manhattan was available, but Insomniac is teasing multiple new areas for the sequel, including Brooklyn across the river. Throughout the trailer, Peter says Lizard is the only one who is able to save Harry Osborn. As we know, Harry's not in a great place, having been last seen covered in symbiote goo. But now, with the symbiote seemingly with Peter Parker, what's going on with Harry Osborn? This appears to be the central storyline of the game that will likely connect Venom, Peter Parker and Miles Morales all together.
Can't lose Connors. Harry's dying, and he's the only one who can help.
At the end of the trailer, Miles and his best friend Ganke are visibly worried about Peter, who, thanks to the symbiote suit, is acting more and more aggressive.
Let's go, man, before he gets too far. No. He's mine. You sure? He's got big teeth.
So do I.
He's not normally like that, right?
No. He's never like that.
Now that it's been confirmed that you can play as both characters in Spider-Man 2, there's a chance players will have to play as Miles to try and stop Peter falling further and further into the dark side. And can you imagine the awkward conversation after that?
Whoa. Hey, man. New threats?
That's everything we saw in the new Spider-Man 2 gameplay trailer. Let us know what you noticed in the comments below, and for everything else Spider-Man 2, stick with IGN.
Miles! Come on, let's go!
He's right behind you!
I know! Whoa!
Ski faster!
Fly faster! I do not want to be lizard food! Get him! Hold on! Look out! Everyone, take cover!
What are you guys doing?
Trying to take out that gunship! Can't get close enough!
But I can. I'm one of them, remember?
Bro, that's it! Pete! Alley-oop on 3?
Fine.
1, 2, 3! Alley! Woo!
Deliciously pulpy horror storytelling was at the heart of the original Alan Wake. It returns for the sequel too, but the Stephen Kingisms look to be confined to the dark place, the New York-styled nightmare cage the titular writer is trapped in. Out in the real world, or at least what seems like the real world, the domain of our second protagonist, FBI agent Saga Anderson, developer Remedy Entertainment has crafted a new collage from pieces of its favourite detective stories. The eerie shadows of True Detective, Seven, and The Silence of the Lambs creep through Alan Wake 2's gorgeous digital depiction of the Pacific Northwest. For this month's IGN First, I visited Remedy's studio in Finland to play Alan Wake 2. Across more than an hour of play, I experienced the entirety of Local Girl, the third chapter of Saga's story. Within it, I saw plenty of things that will make long-term Alan Wake devotees happy. Manuscripts still litter the world, as do blue thermos flasks. There are generators to power up, and your shadow-burning flashlight is still a fundamental part of combat. A pair of aging rock stars make a very welcome return.
Thor and Odin are not here. They are old tricksters always sneaking off.
But the shift from nightmare horror to grisly detective thriller on Saga's side of the story is the first sign of the bold, sweeping changes that Remedy has made in its long-awaited sequel. Where the 2010 original was a relentless action game dressed in a Halloween costume, Alan Wake 2 is a full-bore survival horror. It comes complete with puzzles, exploration, backtracking, and a crime fiction library's worth of creeping dread. It feels like almost every element of Alan Wake's gameplay has been reinvented. And, from what I can tell thus far, it's all for the better. Local Girl begins with Saga arriving in Watery, a town established by Finnish settlers. It's just down the road from the original Alan Wake setting of Bright Falls, and carries a similar David Lynch vibe, quaint but off-kilter. In these opening minutes, it's clear that Alan Wake 2 is unlike any other game Remedy has made before. There's no urgency as I wander down Main Street, chatting with the locals about a nearby trailer park, a lead in my wider investigation into the Cult of the Tree, the story's looming threat. But while this may be slower paced than Remedy's previous action romps, it's no less weird. Everyone seems to already know who I am despite this being Saga's first visit to Watery. And Artie is performing a rousing number at the local cafe. Yes, Artie, the janitor from Control. I don't know if the coffee here is damn fine, but the atmosphere certainly is.
Oh, the road's flooded. But if you just follow this trail behind me, it'll lead you there.
A chat with entrepreneurial oddballs the Koskela brothers puts me on the trail of some spare keys for the trailer park, which are locked up in the gift shop of Coffee World, a local theme park. My journey there reveals that Alan Wake 2's world is built entirely different from its predecessor. Rather than the A to B shooting galleries that made up the original game, Watery is an open hub of snaking forest trails that can be freely explored and backtracked through. This has affected the scenario design. Across the duration of the chapter, my objectives take me back and forth, discovering and revisiting locations as new items and information expand the story.
I'll play along for now. I need the key to that trailer.
If the opening walk through Watery presents an air of Silent Hill, then this later approach positions Alan Wake 2 close to Resident Evil, which has long used its police stations and villages in a similar manner. That relationship is further emphasized by the abundance of puzzles. As I get closer to Coffee World, I stumble across a number of containers, each locked by a brain teaser with a difficulty level that scales in correlation with the rewards inside. I find a basic supply chest that's protected by a simple memory minigame, but later discover a lockbox containing a powerful crossbow. Cracking it requires a close study of the surrounding environment, as the bolts embedded in the nearby targets are clues to the padlock's combination.
Looks like they're tools of the trade.
I appreciate this more involved and ambiguous approach over Resident Evil's tradition of using an unusual item as a key, although that design does still make an appearance later in the chapter. The touch of Resident Evil can also be found in Alan Wake 2's combat encounters, which are framed from an almost identical camera angle and have the remake's same snappy, stressful gunplay. There's a grisly wound system too, that opens up wet cavities with each gunshot. But that familiar foundation is blended with more original Remedy ideas. The dodge returns from the first game, so ducking beneath hurled hatchets and melee swipes is still part of the rhythm. And then there's the core of Alan Wake's DNA, the flashlight. Enemies are still cloaked in shadow, which must be burned away with the beam of your torch before bullets will inflict damage. It's great to see that unique mechanic return, not only for its ties to the lore, but also because it provides a distinct, tension-laced two-step approach to every enemy.
Yes.
At the same time, it's equally great to see what Remedy has dropped from its original formula. The encounters in this demonstration mission are a far cry from the relentless waves of enemies that populated the first game. Instead, moments of violence are spaced much further apart and involve just one or two assailants. A single foe is a significant, bullet-absorbing challenge. It makes fights feel scrappy and desperate, a hurricane of adrenaline where every round counts. The journey to Coffee World is host to just two of these encounters. It seems like much of Alan Wake 2's horror is built on the nervous anticipation of violence rather than combat itself. More enemies lie in wait between the rides and stalls of the fairground, but the real battle here is one of the mind. Because on Saga's side of the story, Alan Wake 2 is not just a survival horror, it's a detective game too. We are playing an FBI agent after all, and so Remedy has built a small collection of bespoke systems to support that investigative fantasy. As I explore Watery, I gather an increasing pile of clues and evidence. Saga does not automatically make sense of these clues. Instead, they must be deciphered in the Mind Place, a mental representation of an FBI office in Saga's head. Here you can profile people that you've met to learn more about them, and arrange clues on a caseboard to make connections and unlock new mission objectives. In the most simplistic terms, this is a match the card to the right location puzzle. Evidence that explains a person's motive goes in the motive section of the board, for example, and cannot be placed anywhere else. The version of the system that I used for this preview was, unfortunately, a little clunky. The interface and UI prompts were slightly unintuitive, and occasionally I found that evidence wouldn't fit where it logically should do, forcing me to just try every option until the clue stuck. It wasn't particularly satisfying, but before I left the studio, Remedy was already using my feedback to fine-tune the caseboard. Hopefully it's in a better place in time for release. When it works though, I can see the value in the mechanic. I arrive at Coffee World's gift shop only to discover that a locked door prevents me from picking up the keys to the trailer park. Using the caseboard, I'm able to piece together notes that I find on a pinboard. A previous jammed lock was released using a screwdriver, and a maintenance man reports having recently fixed the percolator ride. The clues combine to trigger a new objective. Find the screwdriver used by the maintenance man and use it to break the gift shop's lock.
Using screwdrivers to break into gift shops isn't exactly standard procedure.
This admittedly isn't genuine detective work such as that seen in games like Paradise Killer and Return of the Obra Dinn, but the approach does provide the sense of your actions pushing the case forward and opening up new lines of investigation. And while the gift shop lock is a very simple example, I can see the board being vital to the much larger Cult of the Tree case, where there will likely be substantially more leads and categories of evidence. The board breaks all that down into clear components and allows you to easily track its individual threads. That's helpful from a narrative perspective, and hopefully it will feel fulfilling when it comes to the detective roleplay of it all too. The detective work, map design, scrappy combat encounters, and slower, tense pace of Alan Wake 2 make it a very different proposition from its predecessor. In fact, from what I've seen across both my hands-on time and the demo shown at Gamescom last month, it feels like Remedy may be making one of the most radical sequels in video game history. While I love the studio's action game pedigree, this new experiment with survival horror so far feels like the approach Alan Wake was always meant to take. It's cerebral, grimy, atmospheric, and bursting with character. I can't wait to turn the page and find out what's lurking in the next chapter. For more Alan Wake 2, check out this extended gameplay video and keep it locked to IGN first throughout the entire month of September.
With the past few games in the series, it's felt like Assassin's Creed has lost a little bit of what made it so special back when it launched in the late 2000s. Now, don't get me wrong, Odyssey and Valhalla were extremely solid RPGs that offered a vast and unique setting and a definite bang for your buck in the runtime department. But there's something about those games that didn't necessarily feel Assassin's Creed due to their hefty open world settings and heavy RPG gameplay mechanics. Thankfully, the next installment in the franchise is Mirage, and based on my playtime with it so far, it manages to capture what made the series so special and brings the social stealth history simulator back to its roots in the best way possible. Gone are the vast vistas of England, the oceanic traversal of Greece, and pyramid scaling of Egypt in favor of a dense and populated Baghdad full of life and vibrancy. That's not to say Mirage ever felt small, but from the few hours I played, I regularly found myself exploring and getting lost in the latest Creed's hyper-detailed and fully realized big city playground. The city of Baghdad is, as it should be in an AC game, its own character this time around. From its dangerous and often crowded city streets to its dense bazaar and connected rooftops, it was never a chore getting from point A to point B. Due to Mirage's revamped notoriety system, it's not as easy to run through a group of guards undetected this time around. The more trouble you cause, the more enemies Mirage throws at you, such as archers and overpowered heavy guards. Civilians will react to your presence and point you out in a crowd if you're not blending in, cause, you know, everyone's a snitch. And guards will notify each other while giving chase and doing everything in their power to stop you. Bribery and vandalism were the easiest ways to lower my notoriety meter. And moving between the high ground and city streets helped me lose packs of enemies that were surprisingly difficult to fight in groups of more than two. In short, getting chased by guards in Assassin's Creed Mirage felt more like a fun challenge than an annoyance, and in some ways, helped bring back that classic Creed feel to the series. Meanwhile, combat in Mirage feels as tight and as fun as it has in the series of late. The general combat mechanics from Odyssey and Valhalla are here, though enemy levels and damage numbers have been removed in favor of health bars, countering, and dodge rolls. While this may look like a step back into the older game's often easy and simple combat style, Assassin's Creed Mirage's fights felt significantly more challenging and reactive this time around. And if I didn't try to single out my enemies, I found myself quickly becoming overwhelmed by groups of as little as 3 guards. While dodging and properly timed counterattacks can lead to some pretty sweet kills, it's nowhere as easy of an experience as it was in some of the older entries. And for the first time in a long time, I found the combat in an Assassin's Creed game not only challenging, but also fun. To that end, stealth combat is where Assassin's Creed Mirage truly shines. Moving around the shadows and hiding in plain sight feels more rewarding and engaging this time around. And I quickly found myself trying to stay as hidden as possible as often as I could, even if it was in a busy street among crowds or hidden in the shadows. For the first time in a long time, Assassin's Creed feels like a proper stealth adventure again, similar to the series' early days. To put it bluntly, Assassin's Creed Mirage seems set to bring the series back to its roots in the best way possible. The story and gameplay feel more like what made Assassin's Creed so popular in the first place, and it feels like the series has finally realized what was promised back in 2007. While some may not be too happy with the scaled-back RPG elements, Mirage's focused setting, intuitive controls, and fun stealth gameplay has me excited to dive back into the franchise. For more on this fall's biggest upcoming games, check out our hands-on preview of Super Mario Bros. Wonder and Forza Motorsport. And for everything else in the world of video games, stick with IGN.
This year has been jam-packed with huge video game releases, but guess what? It is somehow not over yet. Here are the biggest games coming out in the rest of 2023. Now, before we get into it, friendly reminder that release dates change all the time and that this video is by no means a complete comprehensive list, but hopefully it's a nice roadmap for some of the bigger games coming out over the next 3 months, assuming they don't get delayed. First up, Starfield. That's a big one, and it's out September 6th for Xbox Series and PC, or September 1st if you got the extra fancy edition. That's basically Skyrim in space, or Fallout with less 1950s music and more freeze-dried ice cream, but you probably already knew that. PS5 owners don't feel left out because you also get a big, huge, massive RPG that day, Baldur's Gate 3, which is all the fun of a D&D campaign without any of the headaches of coordinating the schedules of your flaky party members, unless of course you're playing co-op, in which case that still might be an issue. On September 8th, NBA 2K24 comes to basically everything. The big new feature this year is Pro Play, which will supposedly convert actual NBA footage into gameplay, which is pretty wild to think about. How much do you think it's going to break the game if you try to do that with clips from Space Jam or Air Bud? Somebody please test that out. On September 14th, Baten Kaitos 1 and 2 get HD remasters for Switch. The critically acclaimed JRPG series originally released on GameCube, and when I say critically acclaimed, I'm specifically referring to IGN's Rebecca Valentine, who is always yelling about these games, and she's cool, so they're probably cool too.
I love those games!
On September 19th, Lies of P comes to everything besides Switch, and it's basically Bloodborne with puppets. If the obtuse title wasn't a dead giveaway, this adapts the beloved fairy tale of Pinocchio into a tough-as-nails Soulsborne action RPG. Hopefully, you'll be able to smoke cigars until you turn into a donkey. Not enough games let you do that. Still on September 19th, Mortal Kombat 1 reboots the long-running Fighters timeline and kicks it into next-gen so hard its head explodes, spraying blood everywhere. Somehow, though, this is also coming to Switch, which seems like quite a feat of engineering. On September 21st, it's time to get the crew back together to pull some more jobs in Payday 3, which will be hitting new-gen, PC, as well as all the major banks in Manhattan. On September 26th, you can return to Night City in Cyberpunk 2077's presumably massive expansion, Phantom Liberty, which features the dulcet tones of one Idris Elba, as well as a ton of new changes to gameplay, which will also be patched into the base game for free as well. On September 29th, Cocoon comes to everything. This is a neat puzzle adventure game from one of the gameplay designers of Inside and Limbo, and it might look more colorful and cheerful than those, but you can bet it probably has some equally tricky puzzles to figure out as well. On October 6th, that coffee-swilling electric rat is back on the case when Detective Pikachu returns to Nintendo Switch.
Disguises are a key part of detective work.
Quit goofing off and investigate.
On the 10th, Forza Motorsport hits Xbox Series and PC, so you can make a bunch of very pretty cars drive very, very fast, because that's a racing game and that's what you do in those games. On October 12th, Assassin's Creed Mirage ditches the massive sprawling action RPG approach of recent entries and instead goes back to its roots with a focus on stealthy murder in 9th century Baghdad. On October 13th, Lords of the Fallen is a big crunchy Souls-like running on Unreal Engine 5, which features a cool mechanic where you can use a magic lantern to peer into an alternate spooky dimension where everybody wants to kick your ass even more than they do in the regular one. That's on New Gen and PC. On October 17th, Remedy's fan-favorite novelist is back in the long-overdue Alan Wake 2, which is being touted as a proper survival horror game. I'm not sure how the first game wasn't already survival horror, but I'm also not complaining because I like being frightened sometimes. Bring on the scary antler guys. On October 20th, Spider-Man 2 swings onto PS5, and if you haven't been keeping track, this long-awaited follow-up will see Peter Parker and Miles Morales dealing with Kraven the Hunter, but also Venom, and probably some other bad guys who are waiting in the wings. Will Morbius be there? I honestly don't know. Maybe? I hope so. I want to kick his.
It's Morbin time.
That very same day, Super Mario Bros. Wonder will leave you wondering why there's a new power-up that turns Mario into an anthropomorphic elephant instead of making him don an elephant costume like his other power-ups. Like, seriously, Tanuki Suit, Frog Mario, and Cat Mario are all just like magical Kigurumis, but this one is something else. A little bit more Dr. Moreau. Kinda makes you wonder. On October 24th, the Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 1 brings MGS 1, 2, and 3 to basically everything, which is good news because these games are awesome, and the first one in particular has been infuriatingly hard to play by legal means. If you prefer something even more complicated and twisty and turny than Hideo Kojima's storyline, that same day you can become a civil engineer in Cities Skyline 2 on PC and New Gen. This hauntingly comprehensive city builder expands the scope of the original, which is already pretty expansive, while also adding new features like climates, which are presumably more complex and nuanced takes on a weather system, plus the ability to track individual citizens' life paths. I guess you can keep track of them moving into your city until they die of natural causes, or, murder? Speaking of frightening, on October 25th, just in time for Halloween, it's Alone in the Dark, a full modern overhaul of one of the games that helped launch the survival horror genre. This is bound to scare the pants off a whole new generation of players, as well as resurfacing some repressed memories of longtime fans. That's on PC and New Gen. At some point in October, Ark Survival Ascended is supposedly launching in early access. That is the fully overhauled redo of the original Ark that is now running in Unreal Engine 5, which should hopefully hold fans over until the sequel eventually drops next year or whenever. On November 2nd, Star Ocean: The Second Story R arrives on Switch, the PlayStations, and PC, offering a full remake of the classic JRPG, which is bordering on a retro game at this point, considering it first came out in 1998. That same day also sees the release of Thirsty Suitors, which is at least partially a dating sim, but it also involves cooking, I think, and turn-based combat, and maybe rollerblading, so basically what I'm getting at is that it's an indie game that is trying something new. That's on everything. On November 3rd, Wario is once again here to torment us with his wares, and this time around it's getting physical in WarioWare Move It. That's on Switch, and I'm so excited to injure myself playing this game. On November 10th, Like a Dragon Gaiden, The Man Who Erased His Name, is the latest installment in the Yakuza series that recently rebranded its name, and the hero might have erased his name, but it would appear that it is none other than the OG, wonderful Yakuza hero Kazuma Kiryu. But really, leave this man alone. He's trying to take a break. He was going to call it quits after 6, but then they pulled him back in just when he was trying to get out. They brought him back, and now they're fighting him with garbage cans and traffic cones and stuff. Let him be. Dude wants to chill.
Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in.
November 10th, the hotly anticipated multiplayer survival game The Day Before is out, which looks like The Last of Us for the rest of us, and hopefully it's in better shape than the initial gameplay reveal back in February. On November 14th, Hogwarts Legacy finally comes to Switch, and I think we know who the real wizards are, the developers who managed to squeeze this massive modern game onto Nintendo's hardware. Better late than never, I guess. On November 17th, the beloved Super Mario RPG Legend of the Seven Stars gets a brand new, proper, fresh coat of paint on Nintendo Switch. Also on Switch, plus all the other consoles, is Persona 5 Tactica, which turns Joker, Morgana, and friends loose in a new tactical strategy adventure, and I think the only genre of video game that hasn't been Persona 5'd yet is like the kart racer, which really wouldn't even be that much of a stretch, because that cat can turn into a van. On December 7th, Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora lets you immerse yourself in the universe of James Cameron's immensely profitable movie franchise, and Avatar sells movie tickets and attracts Disney theme park goers, but will it sell games? I'm curious, but if nothing else, this basically looks like a Far Cry game with rideable pterodactyls, which sounds sick. That's on New Gen and PC. A bunch of other games are also expected in 2023, but as of recording this video, they don't have dates. So by the time you hear me saying this, they might have gotten delayed or they might get release dates, but either way, check your local listings to be 100% certain. Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2 is the long-awaited chainsword cool set in that grimdark hellhole of a universe, and it looks like a blast. That's on new gen and PC. Stalker 2 Heart of Chernobyl has had its development seriously disrupted by Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but more importantly, the people making it have had their lives disrupted, so if that comes out this year, cool, but if not, that is totally fine, and hopefully everyone involved is safe and sound. Hollow Knight Silksong has been in the works for ages, and it seems realistically possible that it'll drop sometime soon, and if it does, it'll be on everything, and I mean everything, including macOS and Linux, which is maybe one reason it's taken so long. The Lord of the Rings Return to Moria looks like Deep Rock Galactic by way of J.R.R. Tolkien, and that's supposedly coming to new gen and PC this year, but considering how Gollum turned out, maybe just keep it in the oven a little bit longer. The Batman Arkham trilogy is coming to Switch, which probably could have called it a day by including Arkham Asylum, Arkham City, and the red-headed stepchild that is Arkham Origins, but thankfully it properly caps off the rock-steady Bat triptych with the proper third entry, Arkham Knight. And finally, the open-world multiplayer cozy sim Palia is getting an open beta on Switch and PC at some point. And there you go. What are you playing the rest of the year? What are you betting slips to next year? Is 2023 the best video game year ever? What is your favorite month? How are you? How do I end this video?
Based on our deductions, the culprit is clear.
Let me know in the comments, and for everything video games in the year of 2023, before and beyond, keep it right here on IGN.
You know that we've entered a new era in the increasingly crowded Souls-like arms race when we're now turning classic children's stories into dark, twisted, Bloodborne pseudo-sequels. But hey, here we are. Yes, Lies of P is yet another game inspired by the unforgiving From Software masterpieces that have captured the hearts of so many, myself included. But it's also an undeniably impressive standout amid a sea of games chasing the Souls-like trend. It does suffer from some uneven difficulty and overly linear level design, but its impressive story, extremely well-tuned combat, and memorable areas and boss fights means that this isn't one you should miss out on if there's a Bloodborne-shaped hole in your life. It's fair to say that sometimes Lies of P emulates its inspiration so closely it feels like someone else is pulling its strings a little too forcefully, but that puppet show is still a whole lot of fun to join in. It's both praise and criticism to say that Lies of P follows the blueprint pioneered by From Software down to the finest detail, with precious few deviations. Just look at the UI and menus. And doesn't this look like Bloodborne? Combat is, of course, a methodical dance of attacks and parries designed with difficulty in mind. And it sticks so close to the script that it got to the point where I'd meet a seemingly friendly character and think, this is the one who's going to betray me later, with full confidence that I was spot on in that assessment. There's even a major boss with the same name and rough appearance as a Dark Souls boss, which is honestly just kinda hilarious. One of the ways it does set itself apart, though, is with its story, which is a dark reimagining of Carlo Collodi's Pinocchio. You know, the story about a mischievous puppet known for telling falsehoods and longing to be
Ah, gross. Yeah. Okay, no problem. All right. Okay. Well, yeah, that might be a problem. All right. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, that sucks. Ugh. All right. Oh, yeah. Post. All right. Yeah. Okay. Tree. And up. Oh, God damn it.
Nate, are you okay? You look sad.
Oh, hey, Mike. No, that's sad. I was just taking a break from my run. So road's out.
Yeah, road's out, but no worries. Grapple point.
Oh, grapple point. Oh, just grapple. I'll grapple it.
Yeah, just grapple with a grappling hook.
Oh, yeah, I'll just grapple that fucker with my grappling hook.
Yeah, no worries. Just grapple that fucker.
I'll just grapple that fucker.
Yeah, good. All right. Well, Salada.
Oh, Salada. Yeah, all right. I'll just pull out my grappling hook. I don't know where my... Oh, this is bad. Okay, all right. Okay, there's enough here. Oh, God, oh, crap.
Hi, I'm Sean Benson. Here at PlayStation, our team is always on the lookout for creative, inspiring, and original games to bring to PlayStation players around the world. We are constantly canvassing game development studios as we search for the next exciting idea. And as you just saw, Baby Steps is a great example of the innovative spirit that we're looking for. In today's State of Play, we've got a wide variety of games to share with you. My hope is that these demonstrate the diversity of experiences coming to PlayStation consoles and PS VR2. On that note, I'm very excited to welcome PlayStation players to Roblox. This infinite variety of 3D immersive experiences is making the jump to PS4 on October 10th. Roblox features full cross-platform support, so you can join 66 million daily active users across PC, mobile, and other platforms. We can't wait for you to explore millions of experiences together and to see what you create. All right, let's dive in, starting with a look at 2 great games coming to PlayStation VR2.
Welcome to the Ghostbusters. You might be new here, but we have a job to get done. This city isn't going to save itself. So get geared up and join the team, because working together...
Go, go, go!
Don't be the part. ...will give you the best chance.
We got this.
Luckily, you'll have access to the latest ghost-busting gadgets, if you can earn them. We're talking turrets, shields, decoys, and so much more.
Throw your trap. Whoa! Light him up. I'm picking up something. Whoa! Watch out.
You'll need to be ready for anything.
Here he comes!
Before you'll be ready to take on the Ghost Lord.
Ghostbusters, Rise of the Ghost Lord.
Oh yeah, and these guys, mini puffs, they can be a real pain in the...
No fucking way. can swallow me whole, huh? This is Condor 1. President's daughter, Baby Eagle. It's likely she's in this village.
I'm seeing increased movement from Los Eliminados. Don't get careless.
Copy. Ada out. What terrible actions will be done in its name? And who will pay its dark cost?
Find Lewis. Fetch me the amber.
Have you changed, Ada? Or are you just trying to use me again?
Because in this world, someone always pays.
There's someone who needs my help.
Best not to ask who or why.
It's what I researched for all these years, Ada. And I see the symptoms already showing in your eyes.
I am Navi.
Now, you are what I made you!
I was abducted by the RDA and trained in their ways. For 15 years, they kept me from my world and my people.
Wait. You have the mark. You are Sorrento. The poor child knows nothing of our ways. Let Home Tree be a refuge from your burdens.
I must seek those who can teach me the ways of the Navi and help me reconnect with my world.
Follow me!
I won't hurt you. No!
You are starting to think like a Navi. Now, we will teach you to ride like one.
Now Pandora is under attack again. I will not allow the RDA to destroy this land. This is my home.
The Navi will fight on your side against the RDA.
I am Navi, and I will protect Pandora. Sivako!
We need him, Connor. We need him stronger. Faster. Better equipped. More vicious than ever. We need him ready.
Hi, I'm Johan Pilestedt, CEO and Creative Director at Arrowhead Game Studios, and today I'm pleased to share an extended look at Helldivers 2. We're starting on the ship's bridge, preparing to select our mission from the Galactic War Map. Once cleared for mission engagement, it's time to go into your hellpod and prepare for planetfall. Today we join a squad on one of the many planets in the galaxy, set on an important mission to eliminate a deadly bile titan.
Okay, we need to find the terminate bile titan. I think it's this way. There's some enemies here.
Okay, I'm covering you on the right.
We're covering your rear. Oh, there's loads of them. I'm switching to flamethrower. Oh god! No, it's the bile titan! Oh, I died. Reinforcing. Oof, I have to run. Alright, I'm back. Can you guys take him out with the recoilless?
Yeah, I'll try to take him down from the side. Reload my recoilless.
On it. I got enemies on my back as well. Oh, there's a charger here.
I'm gonna take out the brood commander.
He's charging me.
We take out the charger with the recoilless.
Alright.
Reload away.
Nice. I'm gonna thin out the crowd a little bit.
There are a lot of them coming. My guard dog is taking care of the little ones. Oh!
I'm throwing out the strafing runs to try to take out the small guys.
Oh no, you killed me!
Oh. I'm sorry. One small death for the Helldivers. Reinforcing.
Okay, should we do something? Should we strategize?
I'm drawing his attention. Alright, I don't think I have an option. We need to throw in the 500 kilogram bomb. I'm throwing it out.
Oh god, he's coming for me.
Getting out of the way. There we go.
Good job.
Nice. Good job, guys.
Well done, Helldivers. Another win for Super Earth. After each successful mission, players are rewarded for their efforts, allowing them to upgrade their ship, weapons, armor, and stratagems, giving them the edge in the many battles to come. I hope you enjoyed seeing a glimpse of just one of the many missions and planets the game has to offer. Now go out there and spread managed democracy.
This is Brian Intihar, Senior Creative Director at Insomniac Games. Thank you for all of your amazing feedback to our demo at the showcase earlier this year. Marvel's Spider-Man 2 is filled with an amazing story and story missions. But today I'm here to provide you with a first look at how the open world experience is evolving and how the game is built to take full advantage of the PlayStation 5. The first thing you'll notice is that our city has nearly doubled in size with the addition of two iconic New York boroughs, Queens and Brooklyn. And we've introduced the web wings, an entirely new mechanic that, when combined with web swinging, allows you to traverse the city in a whole new way and at faster speeds than ever before. Whether it's the neighborhood backdrop of Queens or the fireworks that light up the sky over Coney Island, exploring these areas will feel much different than the towering skyscrapers of Manhattan, while also delivering memorable locales like Peter Parker's old stomping grounds in Midtown High and Miles Morales' current place of learning, Brooklyn Visions Academy.
Hey Miles, what's up?
Speaking of our heroes, Marvel's Spider-Man 2 will introduce the ability to switch between the two wall crawlers in the open world, and thanks to the power of the PlayStation 5, you can make that switch almost instantly. Delivering a bigger city and playing as not one but two spider heroes were big goals for Marvel's Spider-Man 2. But this time around, it was equally important to provide a greater sense of exploration and discovery. As you progress through the main story, a number of new activities and storylines will become available. The majority of those will now be represented by visual cues in the world that grab your attention, such as a flock of Kraven's Talon drones circling a building, a mysterious symbol projected into the sky, or even an unfamiliar spider-bot ping emitting from one of the rooftops. Many activities, like the Hunter's cloaked blinds that overlook the Big Apple, lead to even greater challenges yet yield worthy rewards and new information about Marvel's greatest hunter, Kraven. Others will lead to a climactic showdown with Marvel villains not yet seen in the Spider-Man universe. The Spider Heroes have new AR tech in the lenses of their masks, providing a quick glimpse of activities already discovered, or helping locate new ones yet to be revealed. You can always refer to the upgraded Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man app to quickly track nearby areas of interest. The app will also include incoming requests from those who call Marvel's New York home. Some will ask for either Spider Hero to help, while others, like the students of Brooklyn Visions calling upon Miles, will require you to put on the mask of a specific hero. All these activities, including crimes you stop from the game's various enemy factions, also now feed into the new District Progress system, which even provides more rewards and unlocks our brand new fast travel system. As you can see here, the PlayStation 5 and its SSD means you can move across the city with very little downtime. Finally, the more city you explore and the more activities you complete, the more ways you'll be able to customize your Spider Hero. This includes mastering additional combat abilities and traversal skills, acquiring and improving gadgets, upgrading through the new suit tech system, and of course, unlocking additional spider suits. And we're talking lots and lots of suits. Marvel Spider-Man 2 will feature over 65 suits from the comics, movies, and multiple original designs. And thanks to the all-new suit style system, you'll now have more than 200 different ways to outfit your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. On behalf of Insomniac Games, we couldn't be more excited about what this expanded city has to offer, and all the new ways you'll experience Marvel's New York. We look forward to seeing you swinging around in Marvel Spider-Man 2 when it launches October 20th, only on PlayStation 5.
One year has passed since the end of the great conflict between Dana and Rena. And so, our journey continues.
There she is! Don't let her get away!
After her!
The gang's all here.
The hell she did? She's a monster!
The truth is that people will always doubt, hate, and reject. All differences must be erased. Once there are no differences, there will be...
What we call destiny is neither visible nor tangible, yet it is as certain as the collapsing and converging of the past and present. I called out to you and you came. The future is like a labyrinth. Every divergence is merely an inducement. There is only one real path. You and I are each other's destiny.
Hey Beth Vegas! Having a great time? I hope you're all ready for the Foam Stars Open Beta Party! The Foamtastic 4 vs. 4 Party!
Spiky beats!
Use foam and knock out the opposition! 2 insanely fun game modes. Smash the star! Defeat the star player to win. Icy Bath Survival. Dominate the arena in teams of 2 with support from your allies on the outside. Eight unique characters hit the stage. Soa, Agito, Tonics, Jet Justice, Melty, the Baristador, Raid Breaker, Penguin.
Rush on you!
We'll see you at the Foam Stars Open Beta Party.
We've been having a blast with Foam Stars, and we can't wait for you to get your hands on it. The open beta kicks off later this month. Before we wrap up, Square Enix has one more update for us today. They're hard at work on Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, the ambitious follow-up to the critically acclaimed Final Fantasy VII Remake. Let's see what's in store for one of next year's most anticipated games.
The world's ending. At least, that's what everyone's saying.
This sky, I don't like it.
Ready to fire, sir.
Welcome to the New World Order. Fire!
Just close your eyes and listen. Tell me you can't hear that. Her rallying cry.
The planet runs out of energy. It and everything on it dies.
We can overcome our fate.
Am I the same as these monsters? Am I even human?
Okay, we're looking for Sephiroth. Think you can find him?
Oh, Sephiroth, you say? So you heeded the call too, did you?
What are you talking about?
As you can see, your brothers down there are having a little get-together.
They're our best chance of finding Sephiroth.
Yeah. I ask because I suspect they're soldiers suffering from cellular degradation.
Do not be deceived. You know the truth. Trust in me.
Sephiroth! Come on!
On me.
Look! Look!
Excuse me. Could you look after my friend? Just for a bit.
A weapon?
Tutelary creatures, set only to appear when the planet is in grave danger. Who dares disturb my slumber? It's upon us. The reunion. When worlds merge. I'm waiting, Cloud.
We hope you enjoyed that new look at Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. It's coming to PlayStation 5 on February 29th. And that's all for State of Play. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
PlayStation.
Beyond and hello and welcome to a very special IGN Podcast Beyond post show for a state of play. That certainly was a state of play.
Yes.
I'm Max Scoville. I'm joined by Brian Altano right here in the studio, and remotely Nick Lamone and Akeem Lewanson.
Yo,
what's up, fellas?
We saw they showed us some games.
That's a lot of games. They certainly did, Max.
Okay, so
this is why they pay you the big bucks.
How dare you? First things first. What's the vibe check on this? Was this?
So I'll say I went in with like pretty muted expectations, and there was some cool stuff in there. I don't think this was like the big banger. This, they let us know this is going to be focused on indies and third parties, and we did get some like big stuff in there, which is great. I'm still waiting for the kind of here's what's next in the portfolio from PlayStation, but to hold us over, there's some cool stuff, and we got some new looks at Spider-Man, Final Fantasy VII, others. So, all right.
So enthusiastic. Nick, what was your feeling on this?
I came in with like, this is going to be a presentation of known quantities, things that I already knew were going to be coming. Of course, we're going to get another look at Spider-Man 2, which at this point, I just want to play the game. And yes, deep down, there was a part of me, I was like, Nicholas, when I woke up today, I was like, you're probably going to see some more footage of the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. But my God, I was not prepared for everything I just saw. I am vibrating in my chair. This escalated this from like a B presentation all the way to an A- because you know what? I love Final Fantasy VII.
All right, fair enough.
I mean, we got to give it up to Square Enix on that one. I mean, they started off with Foam Stars, and then they built up to Final Fantasy, and what we got coming out of the Foam Stars camp was just phenomenal. Like we now know there's going to be an open beta. We got like a list of different characters. Like I am so also we found out about Roblox, which I'm super excited for.
Oh my
Like,
God!
I don't know about y'all, but
if you think about like
this
a ragtag group of heroes getting together in like a futuristic city under the Square Enix logo, I mean, you can't do better than Foam Stars.
We're going to come back to that.
100%.
If you misbehave, we're going to come back to that and talk about Foam Stars a whole lot.
It's a threat.
Let's just get into it first and foremost. Spider-Man 2. Akeem, you actually you can't talk about it quite yet, but you got a chance to go check out Spider-Man 2. Can you tease anything about that?
The game plays like you would expect. I can't say much. The embargo is up tomorrow, but I'm definitely going to be talking about it next week on Beyond.
Yes.
The thing is, so what we saw was 3 minutes, giving us information about like how we're going to get, doubling the size of the city, all the various different costumes, 65 different suits. These are things I can talk about, and like all the assist attacks and whatnot, seamlessly, switching between the two Spider-Man. It's from what I've seen. I can't talk about what I've played, but from what I've seen, like it looks like they've just pretty much refined the formula,
right?
From the 2018 Spider-Man game, Miles Morales, and they pretty much just refined it and added a bunch of things that I didn't even know I wanted. Like, I had no idea I wanted Spider-Man gliding.
Yeah, well, so that's the big thing is that like Spider-Man 2018 was running on 2013 hardware. Like that is a last-gen game. This is from the ground up, made for PS5. And I remember one of the first things we saw for the PS5 was like an early tech demo that showed exactly how fast the new console could render New York in Spider-Man. And it was just like, blowing through the streets, just super fast. And we got to see that actually used in game here. And it's showing that, like, in addition to being able to swing from buildings, like you do, they kind of showed how the glider works a little bit better. And there's spots where you can sort of see, I'm guessing this is probably an upgrade, where you can see, like, gusts of wind that you can ride on.
Right.
Wind trajectory.
Which is just really cool. And I mean, the sheer scale of it, I'm getting kind of a hard answer about that it's Brooklyn, Queens, and then Manhattan as well.
Insomniac they're just tech wizards. They're brilliant. They've gotten the most out of the PS5, I think, by far of any other studio. If you look at what they did with Ratchet and Clank, they took a tried and true franchise that they've been perfecting for years, and they threw it through the PS5 tech. And they're like, look, there's these portals now, and they let you instantly travel from place to place. The fast travel that we saw in this demo today blew my mind. That's exactly like the kind of stuff where you're like, oh, that's why I bought a PS5. Like the fact that it just went from like the map to zipping in instantly, switching between characters, showing like exactly where they are in the city. Like that's the kind of stuff that you could throw a drum at a guy now. Like I think I was kind of like, yeah, all right, more Spider-Man, cool. Yeah, I'm down. But now I'm like fully officially hyped to this game.
That's exactly it. It's like we've seen a lot of this game. It's also very much a known quantity. I'm obviously going to play it. It looks like it's going to be great. I have faith it will be great. This was a lot of like little granular stuff that actually got me more excited than the big cinematic thing we saw in the last big reveal. Like just seeing, I don't know, like a little bit look at the upgrade trees, like some of the stuff you unlock, and it honestly jumped around so much that it's hard to like kind of parse all the details. But I don't know. Yeah, it's just I got excited again about like the little things they get to do. Hitting somebody with a drum. I don't understand what's going on there, but that's
65 costumes,
and then you can
65 costumes.
Yeah,
yes.
and you can have different looks for them. So there's like 250 different combinations.
Oh, right.
You can do.
Yeah, that's wild.
So like, one suit
It's
can have
evocative
like
of something
three
like
different
Armored
variants.
Core to me, where you can like change the different shading on different parts of Spider-Man. So I was like, yes, I want to be able to make my black, silver, white Spider-Man
Make him look
combo
like
that inevitably
Spawn.
everybody makes. He looks awesome. Cannot wait.
Yeah, I'm dying to see what kind of like retro throwback, like cell shaded ones we get. Like I love the classic look in the first one, and also the Spider-Verse. That's the kind of that skips animation frames. I thought that was really cool. And they're obviously showing like the really pretty new shiny ones, but I want some janky old looking ones for boring old people like me and Brian.
Mm-hmm.
No, this looks like
what's a janky Spider-Man costume?
Looking one.
The janky Spider-Man costume is the one that's like the ski mask and the goggles that he fights Macho Man wearing.
Okay,
Gotcha.
yeah,
that's what I'm talking about.
Scarlet Spider's kind of janky looking. It's just a ripped T-shirt or whatever, a ripped sweater.
Just Jim Spider-Man.
But that's for aesthetics, though. That's
Yeah.
Not...
So they did some stuff here that like I kind of rolled my eyes at a little bit, but now thinking about it more, I kind of dig like instead of just map markers and icons, which I'm sure they'll have because every open world game needs them now. There is a lot of visual cues in the open world, like the kind of like those robot vulture drones you can follow around and kind of orbs in the sky and stuff like that start side quests and mini missions. I really dig that. Also, like every time we see Venom and like he's just hulking and gigantic. I cannot wait to like that's the kind of encounters like I really can't wait for in this game. They also talked about how they're bringing in some villains that they haven't shown yet and that they've never done before, and that's exciting to me.
Yeah. The phrasing of that I think was like that haven't appeared in the Spider-Man universe. So like I'm curious what that means. Like
I mean,
these
in
characters
this
exist in the comics.
Right.
It's not. I don't think it's to be like original characters, but it's stuff that we haven't seen in the Insomniac, Gamerverse or whatever they call it.
Mm-hmm.
So that'll be cool to see. I'm hoping Morbius is there and we could kick his ass. I think that'd be nice.
And who knows? Maybe this is like a deep tease for like maybe there's like you'll see some X-Men villains with the upcoming Wolverine game that from Insomniac. I don't know. Just speculating. It's an exciting time to be. It feels odd to be excited about a Marvel thing when, on the cinematic front, it's all stuff that for the most part, everyone knows what's happening. With Insomniac Spider-Man, it just feels like a clean slate.
Yes.
I don't know what to expect, and that's what makes me excited.
I would love to see some kind of teases for Wolverine in there. I think that's totally fair. I think it'd be nice. The last one we had, there's like, there's the Baxter Building. There's the, Avengers Tower. Like, what's going on there? And it's like, they're not there. They're not home. They're over at Crystal Dynamics' house or whatever.
Right.
But in this case, like, it's very possible that we have, like, I don't know, maybe you see Wolverine. Maybe you try to hang out with him and he tells you to go away or something in profane language. I don't know. So Spider-Man 2 is just around the corner. That's happening in October. Happening even sooner than that, a nice little curveball here, a fun surprise that next week we are getting the long-awaited, much-rumored, much-expected, much-anticipated Resident Evil 4 Separate Ways expansion DLC.
Yes.
All about the adventures of Ada Wong. Brian, this is your game.
Oh God, yeah. So, it's mid-September, so I'm doing that thing where I'm rattling in my brain, like, what are some of your favorite games this year? I'm looking back and reflecting, looking forward on what's left to play. Assignment Ada was the thing that came later in the original version of Resident Evil, specifically to PS2. So, like, the GameCube version didn't get that. When they ported it to PS2, it came there, and eventually it made it to basically every other system that Resident Evil 4 was ported to, which was versus every other system ever made. It's finally getting this now. The original version was about like somewhere between 4 and 6 hours, and it effectively sits alongside the same campaign that Leon's in, but it's told from Ada's perspective, and you're kind of infiltrating the same areas and conflicts from a different angle, and sometimes setting up stuff that impacts Leon and vice versa. Now, there's a little bit of tricky wordiness here that I want to dig into. They said that this is a free update. I dug into this a little bit. The game is getting a free update, and that is Ada and Wesker are coming to Mercenaries, but Capcom has confirmed that Assignment Ada will be paid DLC. So if you own the base game, which you should because it's awesome, you'll have to buy this separately, which stings a little bit because I think they kind of obfuscated that a little bit, but I'm going to do it. I've bought every version of this game ever. This is the best looking version of Assignment Ada I've ever seen. Gives me a good excuse to go back into that game. Game of the Year talk's going to come up in a few months, so it kind of refreshes the platter for everybody. So
for that.
Yeah.
If you didn't buy this, I would be genuinely worried about you as
oh god yeah
that's just not, I mean, yeah
no, like as if this month and next month weren't busy enough, but everything gets pushed aside for RE4.
We also got to look at the PlayStation VR2 RE4 version, which I feel like this is a much more interesting look at it than we've gotten previously. Before, it just kind of looked like what we expected. This one, I don't know. Yeah, Akeem, you're a big PSVR guy. What's your feeling on this?
Yeah, well, what we saw, because I'm pretty sure you all remember, Capcom earlier this year had like a bit of a showcase where they showed, PSVR2 footage of Resident Evil 4, but it was the same thing that they showed at another State of Play, if I'm recalling correctly. It was the same footage that they showed earlier this year during a PlayStation State of Play. Now this, or it was a showcase, it was one of the two. Anyways. This is a lot more refined. This look that we're getting at. So they've definitely come a long way since they initially announced that they were going to be doing this. And I'm hoping that there's other games that come out beforehand, but I don't think so. We know that it's coming out in the wintertime, so that might be the time that I dust off my PSVR 2 and put it back on my head to play.
Akeem, I wanted to point out real quick. So the Meta Quest 2 or the Oculus Quest 2 got a exclusive version of Resident Evil 4 that was based on like the original GameCube, Wii, PS2 version. And so like that game is really cool and really interesting. But like when you get up really close and stuff like that, it's the kind of early 2005 textures. This is proper RE4 remake. It's gorgeous. I've been like kind of whatever on PSVR 2. This is one of those things where I'm like, damn it. I need to play this game somehow. So I'm going to figure that out.
So, wait, are you thinking about getting a PSVR 2? Is that what I'm hearing, Brian?
No, I'm just going to come over and hang out.
Well, you're always welcome over. You know that.
Thank you. Can I crash on the couch for like 20, 30 hours and platinum this?
Yeah. You can sleep in my studio, actually.
So we actually just saw at the whole iPhone reveal, whatever, they had RE8, or was it 4?
Resident Evil Village and Resident Evil 4.
But running on a touch screen, which had a whole lot of controls on the screen. It seems like a lot to unpack. I was joking that like it'd be really funny to see people compete. Like one person's got to play through it in VR, one person's got to play it on their phone, and see who can get through that the fastest. That's like a real survival horror challenge. Not necessarily a good time for playing, but Now, speaking of good time, Nick, you had a good time during this presentation because of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. You are a big, huge FF7 fan. How are you feeling? How are you doing?
Honestly, I'm still trying to like parse everything I saw because they threw a lot at us within, the span of 2 minutes, and so much that I didn't expect that we would ever get a glimpse of. Like, not only did we see like teases of what would be coming in later chapters of Final Fantasy VII, we saw, Corel, which is Barrett's hometown. We saw Junon, where Rufus is getting inaugurated. We got a tease of the weapons, the all capital weapons, the biological giant kaiju that defend all of the planet. We saw all summons I didn't expect to see. We saw a bunch of dual attacks. We saw the flashback to the past with Sephiroth and Cloud investigating the Mako reactor. We saw the mini games at the Gold Saucer, which I didn't think we'd be getting. And like, not just that, but the attention to detail of what those mini games are what make me so excited about this remake and / rebirth of Final Fantasy VII. We got Kachi, but like the fighting mini game, right? Back on Final Fantasy VII PS1, it was such a janky, rock, paper, scissors style game. not only did they manage to capture that perfectly on PS5, but you are using the original Final Fantasy VII polygons as your character fighter screen. And then they have the motorcycle mini game. They got so much. I could go on and on and on. We saw Alexander, we saw Kajata, we saw Odin. Oh man.
You think we're going to get snowboarding, or are they going to cut that?
I think we're gonna get snowboarding.
Think so?
I think they've shown so much already, so we got to be getting snowboarding.
I've always said like Final Fantasy VII is a really good snowboarding game with just way too many menus to get into it.
A lot of random battles in that snowboarding game. I don't understand it. But the one thing that I think had me the most like fanboy standing up in my chair was, in the original Final Fantasy VII, Cloud tells the crew like, hey, I kind of have a messed up past with this guy named Sephiroth. Not only do we get to see what that looks like here on, the PS5 hardware, but we saw Cloud and Sephiroth doing a dual attack together, which is one of the new mechanics here. And I swear everyone who's ever owned a wall scroll just stood up in unison and just cheered at the top of their lungs. Like, that is what I've always wanted to see, is Cloud and Sephiroth working together, because they used to be buddies. So like they just showed a lot here that has, without a doubt, Final Fantasy VII fans are drooling everywhere. So this is very
just
exciting.
like you, Nick. Clean up.
Can't even talk.
So similar note to the Spider-Man 2 thing. Like the first part of Final Fantasy VII Remake was last gen. Like that was a cross-gen title. This is a proper PS5 game. This is, and I think we're going to see some really cool technical stuff, because of that. The first one was like, it had open areas, but it was still fairly like kind of sectioned off. And I get the sense this is going to be a lot more, maybe not full open world, but like, I think it's going to have some pretty big sprawling areas, as indicated by the fact that you can now rent Segways and drive around on them, and also get big like 6-wheeled red trucks and, walk chocobos up walls, which seems pretty cool. This is, the first one kind of ended where you get out, you leave Midgar and you get out into the overworld. Like, Nick, how large of a scale are you expecting here?
Well, honestly, I did not expect to see some of the locations that they showcase here, because obviously we see immediately after the events of, Remake, where we see our people deposited into the open world. We got glimpses of the Midgar Zalem, so you're going to be able to cross that scary marsh with the giant snake using a fancy chocobo. We saw the Junon area, which means that we're going to have to travel through Fort Condor. I think that's what we're seeing right here. We see Cosmo Canyon, where Red 13's from. We see Nibelheim, all this stuff. Like, you're seeing a lot. And the one thing that has me extra curious, we saw Rufus firing the Junon cannon, which is that seaside place where he was getting inaugurated. That only really happens a couple times in Final Fantasy VII, and it's when Weapon attacks. So, like, there's some crazy stuff, like stuff that you wouldn't see until the third disc of the original, end of the second disc of Final Fantasy VII. So it looks like we're getting a lot of game with Rebirth. And obviously, this is a reimagining, this is a rebirth of Final Fantasy. This right here is happening inside Mount Nebel, this battle right here. But like,
this is why we got you on the show, Nick.
The scope of this is staggering. And like you said, the fact that this is getting brought to PS5 it is designed first for PS5, and with that in mind, I immediately think of Final Fantasy 16 with its very big, not open world, but very big like hub areas almost, and just how beautifully rendered that is. That combined with the kind of attention to detail we're seeing here, and man, there's just going to be a whole lot of games. So if Final Fantasy 16 didn't scratch the itch you were looking for, there's no doubt in my mind that Rebirth is going to be that game.
That low poly in PS5 graphics minigame thing is just awesome. That is such a beautiful aesthetic.
Yeah,
it reminds me of the Phantom Pain Solid Snake, rendered in the Phantom Pain from PS1. It's that same like high fidelity, low fidelity, high fidelity look, which is so cool. And also Vincent, we were talking about the cool vampire. Oh my gosh.
All right, so there's plenty more to talk about this. And also that is only the second of the 3 Final Fantasy VII remakes. I like that a really great PS6 launch game is probably going to be all these games in one package for, I don't know,
the 5-disc collection or whatever.
Yeah. 8K.
Let's touch on Helldivers for a second. This is, we got a release date for this. I feel like a lot of people were expecting this to drop later this year. It's coming out, I think, February 8th, I want to say. It's coming to PS5 and PC. We got to look at this, and I feel like the first Helldivers had like a very kind of easy drop in, drop out kind of co-op. It was still a hard as hell game. But this one is like a completely different animal. Like this looks way more like I don't know, Earth Defense Force by way of Starship Troopers and ODST. And what's your vibe on this?
I will say above the gameplay, which is really good looking, I just want to say I'm completely over trailers where people have fake multiplayer chatter. Like, I get it. It's supposed to make us as friends go, hey, we could be just like them and have the fun they're having. I'm
laying down suppressive fire, Brian.
Yeah, like. I don't know. I'm just so like, and I think this was a little more natural than usual. I just feel like we have to put up with this every like three or four times a year at like old E3s and Game Awards.
Well, the thing is, Brian, I mean, they couldn't have like an actual. They had to clean up the conversation that they were going to have in display here.
Right.
I mean, like, I'm pretty sure you wouldn't talk this way to your friends as they did in this trailer.
No, not at all.
Compared to like Ubisoft, this felt a lot more natural. Like, if you go back and watch like the first like Division trailer where it's like, I'm reloading, whatever. In this, I get the sense that they had the devs play through kind of the same mission a few times and they cut together the conversation. The mission itself is cool. They're fighting a Bile Titan.
Yeah.
I don't know. It seems like this looks solid. This looks interesting. I'm curious to see what the devs who made Helldivers do with it, but it also is one of those odd cases where it's such a huge departure from what the first game is. It might as well be a new game entirely.
Yeah. I'll say I love the creature design. The lighting is awesome. The weapons look fun as hell. Like there's a lot of Starship Troopers in here. It's got like some sort of almost like gritty shore trooper from Rogue One look to some of the designs of the characters. The capes are fun. Yeah, it's just the banter. Enough of the banter.
I also got to say, I love the Adobe program apps that they have over their heads. The logos are really cool.
Wow,
it's a nice
that is
touch.
really that is a creative suite right there.
Yeah.
One thing we noted, I love this right here, is that there's a cooperative rocket launcher reload system, whatever, where like somebody has to go behind you and like put the missiles back in, which is, I don't know, I think that's a kind of a cool touch.
The little backpack drones are cool too.
Yeah. So while we're talking about
the charm of the first game for me was like its isometric perspective and how you had to kind of play to that angle because it was very limited FOV. And I was a little bit bummed when they first revealed Helldivers 2 because it abandoned that. But more to your point, Max, like I think the magic of this game is going to lie in its co-op interactions that we haven't really seen before in games. Like I really can't think of a game where you have that kind of intimate squad experience where you are relying on people for ammo, refills, things like that, and also just coordinating an airstrike. And I love a game where you can die and explode into little bits. So I mean, this is checking all the boxes for me.
Now, while we're talking about the big co-op and the multiplayer shooters with the liquids and the stuff,
are we doing it?
We're doing it. We're talking Foam Stars.
All right, the Foam Stars.
So they are having an open beta. There's they're doing September 29th through September 3rd or through October 2nd thereabouts. It's kind of all over the place. There's a bunch of them. It's up on the PlayStation blog. But basically, they're letting people get their hands on this, letting them get their feet wet with foam, as it were. We got to look at the roster here, and I'm honestly like, I really love how completely ridiculous these characters are. They all have very silly names. Like one is named like Soa, which is like soap, but Soa. There's Mel T, which feels like a Spice Girl, but it's implying that she's like viscous and melty.
What about Penguin?
Penguin. She dresses up like a penguin. There's the Baristador who makes lattes and stuff. We keep joking about this game, but it honestly is like, it looks like it's having such a good time. I want to see what the big deal is.
When's the beta out?
It is the September 29th through October 1st or 2nd.
Yeah, so I read that. I immediately started hitting up everybody at the company here at IGN. And I was like, we got to redo our Game of the Year list, scrap everything, toss out Spider-Man, Tears of the Kingdom, Baldur's Gate, everything. It's all going away because the Foamsters are here, baby.
Let's not lose our soaps here, okay? Relax, all right?
Okay.
Don't drop the soap on this one. I mean, this game, this is the thing, like... I think, Max, you said this, like, I think it was a week ago that we were kind of sarcastically, excited or pretending we were sarcastically excited for this game. But it became a reality for me as the more and more that I've seen of this game. And of course, we talked to Jada last week and she played it at PAX and she raved about this game.
Right.
I'm actually really excited for this. I mean, we're gonna have like I think they're gonna have like 2 modes we can play in the open beta.
Do you want to read the names? Star? Yeah, Smash the Star and Happy Bath Survival. And
Happy Bath Survival.
I wish you
That
all a
sounds
happy
like-
bath survival.
I really think it's going to be a wash when it comes to game of the year. I mean, this game has really bubbled up on my horizon.
I think it might make a splash.
Yeah, I think so too. It's going to be a clean victory, I'd say.
Okay.
All right,
Yeah.
Brian, you're all washed up.
There it is.
Jeez.
Finally, they opened with one of the most bizarre choices for this state of play, which was
It really was.
baby steps, which we've seen before. This is
So the opposite of Foam Stars. This is about one man alone falling in the mud.
the dirtiest, slowest game you can play. It's basically Quap meets Death Stranding. You control the man's legs and make him go up stuff. The thing that jumped out at me here that made it seem much more like an interesting game rather than just a silly kind of tech demo widget type of thing is that it seems like he's got dialogue based on what he's doing. So he's like muttering to himself, being like, okay, post, okay, gonna go on the rock, gonna go on here. And then he also meets his weird Australian friends who tells him about grappling hooks. And I'm just, I don't know. This game looks extremely funny in that kind of like, in that very quappy way, but also, I don't know, it seems like it's got a lot more going for it technically. I think this is Unreal 5. I think they're really pushing the limits of silly games about pajama guys falling in the mud.
Yeah, you said in that silly co-op. You think this is going to be co-op? Or?
No, quap, like
QWOP.
QWOP, quap. You know.
All right. Okay. I'm like, wait a minute, co-op?
No, that would be
QWOP.
I wouldn't put it
This game
past them
strikes me as one
to
of
have like a co-op mode where one person has to control the each leg or whatever.
Yeah.
It seems like the kind of thing they would do just to
They
make
did
it.
that with Octodad, so that totally makes sense.
Is this
And this also strikes me as one of those games that's going to be one of those like streaming phenomena that people just can't stop watching other people playing.
Yeah.
Which feels like this feels tailor made for something like that.
Yeah.
You know, whether it be
100%.
Quap, Octodad, or that going up game. People love watching other people climb stuff in
And
silly
fall.
ways. So this feels like the natural next version of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right on.
Hopefully, there's like a singing version in this game, so you can have doo-wop. Let's move on, Max. I'm sorry. Let's move on.
Let's move on to I think wrapping things up because you know we touched on the big stuff here and really yeah we're at time.
What about Roblox? We're not going to talk about
we wanna
Roblox.
talk about
The new
Roblox?
kid on the block.
You didn't talk
New
about
kid on the
Avatar,
block.
Max. I'm very
Yes.
proud of you.
Well, I don't know
on
what
the
to talk
blocks.
about. Okay, you want to talk
Move
about Roblox?
over,
You wanna talk about Avatar?
Minecraft.
Just okay. Well, on that note, I think we're gonna let's do like a yes or no for this state of play. Just how are we feeling? Are we doing? I'm gonna go with that. I'm not
A down?
Really?
No, I'm doing down.
Okay,
This
can I do
this was solid.
This is my I'm kind of a
Solid
wiggle.
what though? Solid foam? Solid mud?
What the hell is solid foam?
You fight him at the end of Phantom Pain, but
Yeah.
you have to
Oh,
unlock
down.
it secretly.
Middle.
Fine,
I
it's
think
middle. I don't know.
If they didn't show Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, I'd be firmly in the thumb down position. But on the strength of the Rebirth footage we got, I'm putting it like middle to thumbs up.
Look,
Okay,
it's-
Spider-Man
Nick,
2 and
So yeah, no, Spider-Man 2 and Resident Evil 4, Simon Ada got me in the middle. I'm gonna stop doing this with my hand, but you know that's where it got me. Right there.
I just, this is at least the second one of these we've gotten from Sony where it's a bunch of, it's a bunch of leftovers. It's a bunch of snacks. It all looks good. It all looks like a good time. It's a bunch of third-party stuff. And then like one little bit of a really good thing. And the last time they did this with Spider-Man way back in June?
Yeah.
May? That was a big chunk of Spider-Man. We got really excited. We came out of that like we were shot out of a cannon. We were like, yes, that was a great thing. And then I think as it sort of the hype wore off, we were like, was it though? And I think 65% of the things they showed wound up being like, yeah, it's also coming to Xbox. So
I mean, we got this.
That's a big problem. But like, what is PlayStation Studios doing? Like, what are they doing over there?
Dude, what are you talking about? They're rendering that incredible trailer for 3 new colors for the DualSense: red, blue, and silver.
Wow, deep earth
I
colors.
don't know
in
what y'all are
silver.
smoking.
Anyway,
Sterling silver.
How can PlayStation satisfy you all? I'm so curious because I thought this was a solid showing.
Well, did you give it a thumbs up?
I gave it a thumbs up.
Okay,
yeah.
all right, that's good. That's fine. This
This
I
is me
think the big thing-
defending it now.
Are we doing 2 thumbs
The
up
big
or 1
thing
thumb
for
up?
me is the
we're-
brand new first-party titles. I want to see something original from PlayStation at this point. Like,
Show
yes,
me
we got
Wolverine
Spider-Man
doing
2.
something.
Okay, fine. Here's mine.
But at this point, that's all stuff we know. Give me something new. Long gone are the days of Days Gone or
Right.
Death Stranding. Something that is a first-party title.
Ghost of
that is
Tsushima 2. Where you
new.
at?
Ghost of Tsushima, but even that's a sequel. I want to see something new. Give me something new. Where's
this
the Order
economy?
1886?
Yeah.
give me the equivalent of that.
Well,
Come on.
we have strong feelings about this. We'll be back next week on Beyond to talk about this and also talk about Akeem's Spider-Man impressions. In the meantime, keep an eye on IGN tomorrow because there's a ton of Spider-Man 2 coverage going up. Gentlemen, thank you for joining me for hanging out.
Of course.
It was a blast. hanging out with you. The foam stuff.
The foamsters.
Stuff. I
Back
don't know.
in the building.
I have mixed feelings. I don't want to be too negative, but I don't know. PlayStation, I don't know. The holidays around the corner. Show off some exciting things. And on that note, Beyond.
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 Mics are still hot, guys. Mics are still hot.